Taking a rough turn. Sarika, what is it? It is ahead. Ahmed, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first due to fresh wicket. I think we have been prepared according to the situation. I think the conditions suit us.
Tell us about this tournament, how exciting it is, and the size of that prize for all of the teams here.
Yeah, of course, important for Malaysia. We are a development country in cricket, but I think the expectation is always high. And we wanted to do the best, and we tried to give a good fight.
First target to get to the semi-finals, get through this group, and what are your hopes for today's game against Nepal?
Obviously, first win is important for us, and of course, to beat Nepal is our dream. So I think today is the first step that we wanted to dominate them from the first ball.
Ahmed, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Okay, that's Ahmed Faiz, the captain of Malaysia. Ro, you've lost the toss. What would you have done first, honestly?
We are looking to bat first, honestly, because I think this is a fresh wicket. So we are looking to bat first. I don't think it will change much in the second inning. So yeah.
We're about 30 days on from those incredible scenes, 30,000 people packed into this ground and all the emotions. How has the time been since then? How have you prepared for this tournament?
I think last year we played really well, and after that I think we had 15-20 days a camp, and whatever we made mistakes and we wanted to correct it, especially in the death overs. So we were practicing the Yorkers and everything. So yeah, I think we are well prepared and we're looking forward to the tournament.
Okay, very happy new year, of course. 2080 now here in Nepal. Give me some team news. Which three of your players are missing out from the 14-player squad?
Gyanuda is missing, Karanda is missing, and Pratish DC is missing.
Okay, Rohit, best of luck. Good to see you as always. So that's the news from the toss. Malaysia, they've won the toss. This is a superb looking batting wicket here. No surprise, they're going to have a bat first.
Well, the news from the centre looks a very good wicket there. Ahmed Faiz, the captain of Malaysia. Virandeep Singh, who's played here before in the Franchise League. Aziz, Omni, Irfan. Shazrul, Petri, Shukar, Ramli, Rizwan, Hayat. Pretty known faces for Malaysia, mainly Virandeep Singh, who's played here before in the TU International Cricket Ground in different franchise leagues. For the Nepal side, Rohit Kumar Polar, the captain, Asif Sheikh, the keeper, Dipender Singh Airi, Sompal Kami, Kushal Bhurtel. Karan Casey unfortunately misses out today, and Gyanendra Mullah and Pratish GC, the three extras for today. Gulshan Jha, Arif Sheikh, Kushal Malla, Sandeep Lamichhane, Bhim Sarki, Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi, Kushal Bhurtel, Sompal Kami, Dipender Singh Airi, Mohammad Asif Sheikh, and Rohit Kumar Paudel, the captain.
CAN dignitaries, that's Mr. Chatter Bahadur Chand, the president of CAN, Mr. Durgaraj Pathak, the secretary of CAN, and critically our Asian Cricket Council dignitaries as well. That's Tusith Pereira and Mr. Prabhakaran Tiraj as well. Also Mr. Binod Das, the tournament director, here with us. We're about to get this tournament underway. And to start, before we do that, we will have the national anthems. We will start first with the national anthem of the visitors, that is Malaysia. Please be upstanding. Please remain upstanding. Time now for the national anthem of Nepal. Before we get this tournament started, we're going to have the chief guest, Mr. N.P. Saud, hand the match ball, the official match ball, over to our match referee from the ACC. So if I could call upon Mr. Sarika Prasad for the official ball handover. And we would also invite all dignitaries to shake hands with both of the teams. So gents, if you would start with Malaysia. Handshakes for all of the teams. And then we'll come back and join Nepal. And that is going to get the tournament underway. Best of luck to both teams. We'll see you throughout.
Well, we've witnessed the national anthem of both the teams, Nepal and Malaysia. The chief guest shaking hands with the players of each team. Just to remind you that Malaysia won the toss and electing to bat first. Looks like a very good wicket to bat on. But the first initial half an hour will do something for the new bowlers. You can see the president of Cricket Association of Nepal, Chatur Bahadur Chand, and all the Cricket Association members, Binod Das, the cricket manager. What a historical international TU cricket ground. Has witnessed so many victories, so many losses, so many exciting games here. Let's look at the teams again. For Nepal, Rohit Podel, the captain, Asif Sheikh, the keeper, Dipendra Singh Airi, Sompal Kami, Kushal Burtel, Lalit Rajbangshi, Bhim Sharkey, Sandeep Lamichani, Kushal Malla, Arif Sheikh, and Gulshan Jha. Gyanendra Malla, Karan Casey, and Pratish Jishi misses out today, whereas Ahmad Fiaz, the captain of Malaysia, Virendeep Singh, Shahid Aziz, Vijay Uni, Wafiq Irfan, Shazrul Ezat, Muhammad Firti, Azim Sukar, Shadat Ramli, Rizwan Haider, and Kizar Hayat, the top playing 11 for Malaysia. It's a bit of a hazy day today. We cannot see the Chobar Hills. I think it's because of air pollution. The Nepali players, they are ready to enter the field in the last hurdle before they enter the field. The two umpires are ready and waiting for the players to get into the field, and I would like to welcome my good old friend Andrew Leonard to the commentary box. Good morning, Lenny. How have you been?
Well, very good morning to you, Paresh. Great to be back with you, and it is time for this ACC Men's Premier Cup. The wait is over. It has been a much anticipated tournament. 10 teams here battling it out for not just one prize, 3 big prizes. The top 3 will advance automatically to the ACC Men's Emerging Cup. That will take place in July, taking on the A teams of the Test Nations, which would be great from a cricketing development standpoint. But then the big prize, the real one that everyone wants to reach out for, all 10 of these teams, as you can see, the players going through their final moments. Gulshan Jah just looking to the heavens. The big prize, Paresh, that is the one. If you win here and you beat all the 10 teams, you progress to the Asia Cup. And that means a chance to take on India and Pakistan in front of not just millions of viewers, hundreds of millions of viewers. This Asian Cricket Council pathway that's been put in place is an outstanding one, and it gives all of these sides a real opportunity to go up and play with the big boys. And maybe, just maybe, on home soil, Nepal will fancy their chances in a hot run of form under their new head coach, Monty Desai. But every side here will be capable of winning matches. And Malaysia, they know the local conditions very well here. They've played 2 different tri-series over the last couple of years, mainly in T20 format, but they've played a bit of 50-over cricket in recent times too. They were in Hong Kong. And one thing is for certain, we're in for 2.5 weeks of real entertainment. 15 game days, 24 matches, and just 1 champion. Great to be with you. Andrew Leonard here with Paresh Lahani. Paresh, more importantly, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, Lenny. A very good morning to all the viewers again. The 2 opening batters for Malaysia, Virendeep Singh. He knows the conditions here. He has played here before in different franchise league. Like Lenny said, under 2 years they have travelled here to play tri-series, and they've been to different parts of Nepal. They've even been to Bhairawa, the national side of Malaysia, to participate in the club game there last year. First of all, Lenny, I would like to wish you a happy new year 2080.
Right, okay, let me see how my Nepali is. I haven't looked this up. This is remembering from last year. Nayam Bersako Subhakamana. Is that it?
Yeah, you're getting close.
Yeah, it is a different calendar used here in Nepal. So we're into the year 2080. You heard me correctly, 2080 here. The end of 2079 was just 3 or 4 nights ago. And into a new year, a new cricketing year for Nepal. As we look at the 2 Malaysian opening batters, Azim Shukar is going to open things up alongside the steady and ever dependable Virendeep Singh, who's at the non-strikers end. Virendeep Singh also has franchise experience here in Nepal in T20 format, so he'll know these conditions well. Asif Sheikh has the gloves on. His brother Arif is at first slip. Kushal Bertel is in gully, and Sampal Kami will take the new ball. 3 players missing out from both squads. Pratish GC, Karan KC and Gyanendra Malla not starting today for Nepal. And for Malaysia, Anwar Rahman, Sharvin Muniandi, a bit of a surprise that the all-rounder missing out, and Mohammad Azam. We're all set for the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Let's go. He squares him up and beats the outside edge. Paresh, tell us about the anticipation for this tournament. Something that I think every associate fan has been looking forward to, every Asian cricket fan has been looking forward to.
Yes, definitely. All the 10 teams participating in this, the Associate of Asia, get really to win this tournament and get that spot to play against India and Pakistan in the Asia Cup, the big boys of world cricket. In the meanwhile, Sampal Kani starts off with a good ball. Now just straying down the leg side, nicely flicked away off his pads for a single. Malaysia off the mark.
Yeah, the first runs go to Shukar, just work it down the leg side, and as with any of these tournaments, as a jamboree all comes together, always a few little teething problems on the first morning, but we will be bringing you every ball live on Kantapur HD TV here in Nepal, and also I think it's on Fancode down in India, south of the border, and then around the world on the Asian Cricket Council YouTube channel too. There's Sampal Kami over the wicket now. Deep Singh watchful outside the off stump. Paresh, give us a sense. You played associate cricket. You know the trials and tribulations and the difficulties of getting fixtures and getting the chance to show how good you are. What would it mean to any one of these 10 sides to qualify for the Asia Cup?
Yeah, it'll be a dream come true for all the sides to if they qualify for the Asia Cup. So it's a very good opportunity for the whole 10 teams to play this tournament. Nice the ball pitching and coming into the right-hander. I think that was a very good leave by Virendeep Singh.
Interesting you say a very good leave. I think a brave leave. You do say there are two kinds of leave, good ones and bad ones. This one was very nearly a bad one. Very nearly has lost his off stump. Not sure if we have the replays just up yet. We will try to start bringing them to you when we can. This one again left alone. That's Kami's natural shape, away from the right-hander. The one before just ducked back in, nearly took out off stump.
Yes, the ball swung away in the air to the right-hander and came in after pitching, but in this occasion the ball had that shape away from the right-hander. Like you said, that's the natural shape of Sampal Kami, and it's the line and length is the key in the opening overs, in the power play, the first 10 overs. Nice to bowl again, good hard length.
It's the end of the first over, just one run for him. It's 1 for none. Going to be Gulshan Jha to open things up. Looks a very good batting surface, Paresh. Ground staff and the curators here have done an unbelievable job over not just the last year or so, but the last 4 or 5 years. What I noticed coming back about a month since I was here for the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, feels as though the square is raised up a touch, but as always, batting paradises. If you get in, you should be able to cash in, and it was interesting to hear Rohit Paudel saying that he wanted to bat first as well.
It's even though it's an early start, 9 a.m. start, because of summer is on its way. That is why you can afford to bat first if you win the toss. In this track has yielded so many runs in the last 2 months in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. That's nicely driven, but straight to mid-off. Sandeep Lamechhani, the fielder in that occasion.
All of these matches, Paresh, will be played under one-day international regulations as such, playing conditions to that effect. So 3 power plays. First one of 10 overs with 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Then the second one from the 11th to the 40th over. That's where 4 fielders are allowed outside the circle. And then for the final 10, 5 fielders allowed outside the circle for the slog overs, as they become known as. It doesn't mean that they're official one-day internationals, though. Only 3 of the sides of the 10 here actually have ODI status. That's Nepal, the hosts, Oman and UAE. Gorgeous stroke in the first boundary here at the TU International Cricket Ground, and a very elegant, stylish shot, slightly overpitched by Gulshan Jah, pierces the gap between extra cover and the cover point and runs away for 4.
Yeah, that was an elegant square drive by Shukar. Middle of the bat, pierces the gap between point and cover. Look at that, very balanced. He got the gap to perfection. The first boundary for Shukar and Malaysia. A decent start in the second over. That's way down the leg side. Wide given by the umpire, rightfully so. The first ball that he bowled was outside the off stump, was nicely driven to the boundary, and the second ball tried to adjust his line, got it wrong, went for a wide.
Yeah, interesting to see Jah being given this role as the opening bowler. No Karen KC today. I suspect we'll see Monty Desai probably rotate his troops quite a bit. Use all the depth of that 14-player squad. A few names unlucky to miss out as well. You think of the likes of Kishore Mahado, Kamal Singh Airi, Arjun Saud, who was in good form in a warm-up game with a 50. Would expect to see Pratish GC, Gyanendra Mala. Carved away, going to be 4 more. The extra pace of Jah makes it very nice indeed to come onto the bat, and Shukar is off to a good start. Malaysia, second boundary in the over.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. The second good shot for Shukar. Right on top of the bounce of the ball, getting that gap again. A diving effort by the fielder there, but couldn't stop. Resulting a boundary, 2 fours for Shukar. Malaysia 10 for no loss in the second over.
Yeah, just a handful of fans starting to come in to the grass banks. We'll expect that to fill up throughout the day. Not quite the same scenes we saw a month ago when we over 30,000 here for that grand climax of Cricket World Cup League 2. This one's helped away from more runs, should just be single down the leg side. There is no bat involved, so giving us leg buys. And certainly, if Nepal do get to the grand final here on May 1st, you'd expect there to be probably something close to that 30,000 in the house again as they play out to get to play against India and Pakistan for the first time.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Even though today it's a working day, we will see some crowd coming in the afternoon while Nepal bats. We don't see this often that a right-hander bowling to a left-hander coming round the wicket in the first over of his spell. He wants to cramp the batsman, the left-hander.
Teething problems aplenty for the first morning. I think the team who've been set to cover the boundary hoardings didn't notice the wide, so there is 1 ball to come. Get those sponsor signs covered up. Thanks to all the commercial partners of the ACC and CAN who've helped in coming together to get this tournament on. Really good one in store as Jah pulls out. Yeah, the games between UAE, Oman and Nepal, should they play against each other, they will have ODI status here with the ACC Men's Premier Cup. All the other matches, Paresh, will be List A status, so they do go to your official numbers. Should be a single to close out the second over. A costly one with 11 runs coming from it, 10 off the bat. The score now is 12 for 9. look at the two 11s. And you see ACC Sheikh with the gloves for Nepal, alongside the captain Rob Powell. In terms of the bowling attack, keep your eyes on Sandeep Lamachani, on the cusp of history, isn't he? Becoming the first fastest man to 100 one-day international wickets. Could well do that at this tournament. And then the likes of Lalit Rajbanshi will form a potent spin attack alongside Dipender Singh Airi as well. This time of year, we're into mid-April now, the weather very pleasant for cricket, a bit warmer than it was a month ago. What do you expect the conditions to play like? Will spinners be dominant, or will the seamers come into it as well?
The line and length will be the key for the bowlers here, even for the fast bowlers and the spinners. Nicely bowled and nicely driven, but straight to mid-off. Quick single taken by Virendeep Singh, doesn't look very comfortable in the middle. A very slow starter, we've seen that about Virendeep Singh. Yeah, talking about the wicket, I don't think it'll change in the whole day, but you'll have to bat, you'll have to stay there, play on the merit of the ball, you'll score big runs. A quiet and decent start for Malaysia, 13 for no loss in the third over. Still a long way to go in this innings. Inside edge, lucky he didn't crash to the stumps.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of a sleepy start. It's a Tuesday morning. Everyone just finding their way, aren't they? Both the officials in the background, we saw the dignitaries out joining us for the national anthems before the start. And also one of our team here. We will get through any gremlins that we're working through this morning. As Cammy goes to the short ball, good carry through to Asif Sheikh. Yeah, I agree with your point about Virendeep Singh being a slow starter, but I think this format suits him better than the T20 game. Malaysia have played a lot of cricket over the last 6 to 8 weeks. They had that tour of Hong Kong, where they played T20Is and some 50 over stuff. Weren't able to get through the Challenge League up to the playoff, but they are capable on their day, certainly, of upsetting any of the teams here at the ACC Men's Premier Cup. I'll guide you through those teams. 10 teams are split into 2 groups. In Group A here, we've got Nepal and Malaysia, joined by Oman, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, who are the qualifier from the tier below this. And then in Group B, UAE, the top ranked seeds, alongside Hong Kong, Kuwait, Singapore, and in the qualifiers Bahrain. Do you expect the 3 spots to be fought out between the 3 ODI sides in terms of Nepal, Oman and UAE, or we may be going to see Hong Kong come into the mix? We'll have a talk about that after this over, as we get to the end of the third, with a couple of runs scampered quickly. The score now 15 for them.
Gulshan Jha to continue from the pavilion end. Virendeep Singh is on strike. A steady start for Malaysia. That's very well bowled outside the off stump. Nicely played by Singh. Yeah, talking about the 10 teams, Group A consisting of the host side, Nepal, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Malaysia. And Group B, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Singapore and Hong Kong. Hong Kong looks to be in a very good touch. When Anshuman Rath is back in the team. He has been here to Nepal to play the franchise league. Even Babar Hayat.
Yeah, that's a huge boost. Anshuman Rath, who tried his hand in India, tried his best to make it in the domestic circuit there, and has gone back to Hong Kong where he's learnt all his cricket. So I think that's a good move for him, and one which will give a massive boost to Hong Kong. If you look at the history of the Asia Cup qualifier, obviously it rotates between the 50 over format, which we're playing this year because it's a 50 over World Cup year. Road to India 2023, both, in fact all three of UAE, Oman and Nepal still in the hunt to qualify for that. They'll be heading to Zimbabwe in mid-June. And then it rotates to the T20 format during T20 World Cup years. It's only ever been UAE or Hong Kong that have actually qualified, and they've dominated this competition in particular. But the rise of Nepal, the home conditions for them will put them into the mix. Don't rule out the likes of Malaysia and Singapore, and even Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all very capable of beating sides on their day.
Yes, Qatar, Kuwait, they've beaten Nepal in the past in the ACC tournament in the 50 overs and 2020s. It'll be a very good battle in the 2 weeks of cricket. A nicely bowled, a good line and length by Gulshan Jha. I think he's getting his rhythm right now.
Yeah, and certainly the format makes those semi-finals utterly critical. You've got to get there first. Top two from the two groups will advance through to the semi-finals, and the losers still have plenty to play for, because that third place playoff will decide who qualifies for the ACC Men's Emerging Cup, which is in July. That's where the A teams of all the test nations join the three top sides from this competition. Something that's brilliant for cricketing development for these leading associates. You have to say the pathway and the structure that the ACC have put into place, it's giving these Asian sides a real boost, real exposure and real quality cricket to continue their ascent up the world rankings.
Yes, good initiative by the ACC. Good to see the associate teams, the Asian associate teams, fighting for that one spot for the Asia Cup and the top three, getting that chance to play the emerging cup against the A sides of the test side. Try to bouncer there. After 4, Malaysia 15 for no loss.
So there's a look at the Malaysian batting lineup. Definitely not in batting order, although Ahmed Faiz may well come in at number 3, the captain. And keep your eyes on Syed Aziz in particular. He's a quality player. As Sampal Kami is going to continue. Paresh, what are you expecting from the tournament? What are you hoping to see from all 10 sides?
Obviously good cricket, competitive cricket, we all will be waiting for. Whereas there are 3 ODI members here, Oman, Nepal and UAE, and 7 associate of ACC. Nicely pulled away. Running down to the boundary. Yes, 4 runs for Shakur, the 3rd boundary for him.
A good start from the little left-hander. He's not tall in stature, Reminds me a little bit of the little all-rounder. He'll be one of the players to watch. Amir Azim, keep your eyes on him, just 20 years of age. He's got a good record here in Kathmandu too. Banged into the wicket, helped around the corner. And with the men out, deep third and fine leg, you're going to get good reward square of the wicket. Beat the infield, you'll generally get 4 here at the TU International Cricket Ground. Good start for Malaysia this. So often the threat for Nepal comes from their spinners. Has there been some concerns over the seam bowling, particularly the death bowling?
Yes, I think the head coach Monty Desai has done his homework well, and even the bowlers for the death overs, they have leaked many runs in the last, particularly in the last 8 or 9 overs. The recent matches they've played in the last 2 months. Malaysia off to a decent start here without losing a wicket in the 5th over. Squared him up. Good bowling, good line and length by Sompal Kami. Good comeback ball. There's still a slip. This is a very good view from the VVIP area. A bit inclined view off the ground. Nicely bowled again, good length. After that boundary, 3 consecutive dots for Sompal Kami.
Yeah, certainly the death bowling in particular was one of the big challenges, wasn't it? Throughout that remarkable run, 11 wins from 12 matches. I think Nepal's most ardent fans were hoping to retain ODI status, which would have required winning 8 games, and they managed to win 11 from 12. Thuds into the pad, just going to angle down. Gets us to the end of the 5th over. Malaysia 20 for none. For Nepal, the expectations of the fans are something that always comes into play for them. They're probably the best supported associate side in the world, not just in the Asian Cricket Council region. How will they manage those expectations? Do all the fans maybe just expect that, as a matter of consequence, they'll be in the final of this competition, or certainly advancing to the semis? They can't have any room for complacency here.
Yes, they'll have to play game by game in Nepal to get the fans behind them. Nicely bowled. I think the ball stopped a bit on the left-hander there. He checked his shot very nicely. With soft hands. Talking about supporters of Nepal, they'll come in numbers if Nepal reach the finals. Yeah,
2 games in action every day. You're watching us live here from the TU International Cricket Ground, and great development across the city in Kathmandu, the Mulpani Cricket Stadium. Nicely punched down the ground. Good shot. Get a quick single. And that Mulpani ground has been a huge effort by a large number of people to get it together. Singapore taking on Hong Kong there. Hong Kong winning the toss, choosing the field. And Singapore off to a solid start. 30 for none in the 6th. It's up in the VIP box here. Tell us about that Mulpani ground. Great to see that up and running properly now for the first time in international cricket.
Yeah, they have done a very good job there. Hard work. Only under 3 months they have prepared the ground for this event. Whereas Gulshan Shah with his 3rd over. Nicely cut away, but straight to the fielder. Misfield. Quick single taken by Virendeep Singh.
I think a direct hit would have been very interesting here. He's a big, tall, elegant batter, but he got stuck on the back foot because it was banged in short and reacted late to the call of Shukar, who wanted the single. And I think a direct hit would have been very interesting. We'll see if we can bring you a replay of that in a moment. 24 matches, all in the 50 over format across 15 game days here. Going to be the first wicket. He's not just lost his bat, he's kicked the turf. A rather farcical way to be dismissed, but Nepal have struck. Gulshan Shah willingly takes the gift. It was full. Shukar threw the kitchen sink at it. He lost his bat. His bat went flying into the air. Look at this. Oh dear, there it goes. And that is the first wicket. Dipender Singh Ari is never going to drop that, and Nepal have their first.
Yes, I think the bat slipped off his gloves. Easy catch to Dipender Singh Ari. Malaysia, they've lost their first wicket. Azim Shokar gone for 17. Malaysia 22 for 1.
Gorgeous shots will be supplied throughout by our drone up in the sky. It's a wonderful setting for cricket here at the TU International Cricket Ground. We're in Kirtapur, about 10 to 15 minutes outside of the downtown city centre, one of the suburbs of these twin cities, Kathmandu and Lalitpur, the capital city. And Kirtapur, which is one of the suburbs, is where this gorgeous university campus is that hosts the international ground. The Malaysian captain to the crease, that's Fayaz Ahmed. Or Ahmed Faiz will get it right second time around. 6 overs bowled, 22 for 1. We don't have a ticker on this. So we don't know what's happening in the over. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the haze, can't you, that is enveloping the valley at the moment. Sadly, a few forest fires, Paresh, in and around the valley. Let's hope that they don't cause too much damage. But certainly, we're not expecting rain to play much of a factor this time of year. When do the rains tend to come in?
We cannot predict the weather here in Nepal, in Kathmandu, especially. It was supposed to rain in the winter, but it rained probably 2 weeks ago And look at that again, the wicket. His bat flew away off his hands, off his gloves. I think the gloves were slippery because it's humid out there. Ahmad Faiz is the captain of the Malaysian team. Nicely flicked away, but straight to the fielder. Bhim Sarki, very quick to the ball. And talking about Faiz, he's been the captain of Malaysia for a very long time now.
So long that I heard a rumour this morning. Did you play against him, Paresh? Surely he can't be that old.
No, actually I played against him. He was in the squad, Malaysian squad, but he was a very young, a 17-year-old kid.
I'm only jesting with you as always, Paresh. Yeah, he's a good leader, isn't he? Ahmed Faiz, and he's got a lot of talent in this squad. I think Mohamed Wafiq is probably one of the best bowlers you'll see in this competition. The big tall left arm seamer, he knows the conditions well. I think the world of young Amir Azim, the left arm spinning all rounder. Kizar Hayat is a very clever off spin bowler, and I'm surprised not to see Sharvin Muniandi in the starting lineup. He's a good all rounder too. Side at Ramley might be keeping him out today. Cannot underestimate any of the sides at this level. We know how competitive associate cricket is. All sides capable of beating each other. The advantage that Nepal will have in their home conditions here, that's tangible, but Malaysia know them well too. Oh, young man just having a bit of a rest. Good to see the fans coming in. We'll expect these banks to be pretty close to full throughout the afternoons. Tend to see fans, particularly the university students, come in after their morning lectures, and lots of Nepal jerseys in the crowd, which is great to see too. And some fancy hairstyles as well. I'll make sure to get up and say hello throughout the coming days as well.
You can go at the moment, but there's plenty of crowd there. That's a good leave by Faiz, very experienced batter for Malaysia, facing the most experienced medium pacer for Nepal.
You talk about positive cricket, you can be positive in defence, just like Ahmed Faiz was there. I know it's only a leave, but it's a strong, confident leave. He's saying to the bowler, I know where the ball is going, I know what shape it is being delivered with, and I'm happy to get the pace of the wicket. Plenty of time in 50 over cricket to get in and build an innings. If you're in Deep Singh, driven nicely, very nicely to get the captain off the mark. That confident leave the ball before, I think, is built into that shot. Boundary to close the 7th over. We'll have a commentary change after this. 7 bowled, 27 for 1. Okay, mate.
Gulshan Shah to continue from the pavilion end, and I'd like to welcome Sharad Peswakar, the current cricketer of Nepal side and very experienced cricketer. Good morning, Sharad.
Good morning, Paresh, and good morning to all the viewers watching this live feed. Good to be back in the comm box again. Gulshan Shah continuing from the TU gate end. Yeah, Malaysia to a reasonably good start. 7 overs, 28 for 1. The most experienced 2 batters for Malaysia, Virandeep and Fayaz Ahmed. And seeing the replay, Fayaz trying to drive that ball, just getting the outside part of the bat, but still the boundary looks pretty quick, Paresh.
Yes, I think that was intentional by Faiz to open his face to get the gap, even though he got the one hand off, and that's nicely flicked away in the boundary into the deep square leg for yet another for Faiz. That was a very good shot, a controlled shot by him.
Yeah, nicely clipped there by Fayaz. A rank bat delivery down the legs. And with the quality Fayaz has, he is not going to miss out on that. You can see there, just over pitched on the leg stump. It was nicely clipped away.
Yeah, that was totally in control by Faiz, a very experienced batter. And talking about this Nepal team, Sharad, you were in the preliminary squad, let's say a 30 player squad. So what has been the talk in between you and the head coach to build up the team? That is what the head coach Monty Desai talks about.
Well, yes, I was lucky enough to be part of the preliminary squad of 28 guys. It was nice to be there for a week or so and get experience from the coach himself, Monty Ball as they call him now. And the things he has brought in the team, the work done by him and the effort put in by the team itself is showing all the results. All those team building sessions are making a huge difference.
That was nicely bowled and nicely played by Faiz for a single down to third man. Good cricket all round. Yeah, talking about team building, 11 ODIs win in 12 ODIs. That's a remarkable achievement for the national side of Nepal. And the confidence is there. And they are looking to win this trophy to get to the Asia Cup. What are your thoughts on that, Shad?
Well, to be honest, at first, when we were actually looking down the barrel to save the ODI status, to be honest, but the coach had so much confidence in this team. And he was always saying, guys, we are going to win all 12 out of 12 actually. And I was questioning myself at that time, like, would it be really possible in this level of cricket? But now the result is there. You can see what he has done for the team and the team effort by the boys. And we are straight into the qualifier, Paresh.
Yeah, it's up to you all and the head coach Monty Desai with that immaculate wins over Scotland and Namibia, UAE and PNG. Short ball down to the leg side, rightfully so wide, given by the umpire, but it's too high. I think because of the height it was given as wide. Again, one for the over, signaled by the umpire. Look at the replay again. Yeah, that was definitely over the head high. A good decision by the umpire.
Gulshan Jha again running in for his fifth ball. Again bowling his stock length, which is back of the length. Stump to stump, that's his strength. Look at those scenes from the drone shot. Hazy Kathmandu in the background because of the forest fires going on around the country. Let's hope some light showers come in the night and clears away the skies. Hopefully it won't disturb the ground. This time of the season, rain is not that predictable, but still we hope that this tournament will be successfully hosted.
Quick single taken by Virandeep Singh after 8, Malaysia 35 for 1. Lalit Rajbangshi is into the attack from the Chobar end, aka Mehboob Alam end. He's a very good bowler, Lalit, after the injury he's been through. His comeback matches have been very good. He's taken a fifer in the Nepal T20 League earlier this year in December, January, I must say. He's been amongst the wickets, and even Sandeep Lamichhane. He's the leading wicket taker of Nepal in the ODIs. 99 wickets in the ODIs for him. Nicely clipped away off his pads by Virandeep Singh. Just for a single. They are rotating the strike, these two batsmen. They are building up some kind of a partnership. No, they need to bat like this, whereas Virandeep Singh, 7 of 25, has taken his time. Faiz, 9 of 6. Bulk of the scoring done by him in this partnership.
Yeah, Lalit Rajbangshi, what a comeback he has made after the injury, the terrible injury he had in his knee. Nice drift there by Lalit. Fayaz, little careful. Probably trying to find out his rhythm and gauge the pitch. Nicely flighted there. Slightly over pitch, driven for a run by Fayaz. Nicely fielded there by Sompal as well.
Yeah, driving that ball with the spin, Faiz. He looks to be in a very good touch, middling the ball. Every ball that is faced, that is played with the bat. A bit fuller, but into the legs by Lalit.
So Paresh, you might have had a look at this wicket. What do you think of it? What score would be a par score here?
Nicely bowled, getting the batsman to get into the front foot. Talking about the par score, if you bat well, if you stay there in excess of 270 to 80, will be good enough to defend if you bowl well.
Most certainly. With that ball done, Lalit Rajbangsi's first over done. Malaysia 37 for 1 after 9.
Gulshan Shah to continue from the pavilion end with his 5th over. Nicely driven, beautiful cover drive by Faiz for a boundary.
What a shot that was by Fayaz. Hit on the rise. Yeah, Gulshan probably trying to get some swing, pitching it up, which is the right thing to do in the early overs, but Fayaz equally good. You can see stand up and deliver by Fayaz Ahmed. Right in the gap. Glorious shot for 4 runs.
Again, you can see that he's opening his face to get that gap between mid-off man cover. And that shot shows that the wicket is so good to bat on. He played it on the rise. I don't think it will crumble as the day progresses. It'll remain the same. I think that is why Rohit Podel said that he was again a good shot. Beautiful cover drive again. Back-to-back boundaries for Faiz.
This one was even better by Fayaz. What a start he has had. 18 of 10 balls already. Again, slightly pitched up by Gulshan, but how well it was timed by Fayaz. Look at that, right off the middle of the bat. Classy cover drive, picture perfect shot. Fayaz Ahmed to a flying start. He's a very dangerous player, the most experienced player in the Malaysian squad. Captain Fayaz leading by example, taking the onus over him. Normally, he used to bat number 3 or 4, normally, or third down, sorry. But this time, this game, he has come up the order. What do you think, Paresh, about that tactical decision?
Nicely clipped off his pads. It was like a half pull and half flick. Devendra Singh Aire is in pursuit. Nicely done there by Sompal Kami. A good partnership in fielding there by these Nepalese fielders. And talking about the last shot, the cover drive that he played, it reminded me of you, Sharad. The way you batted, the way you played those cover drives and straight drives and pull shots as well. Look at the fielding effort by Sompal Kami, a very good athlete in the field.
Equally run between the wickets by these two, Virendeep and Fayaz. Good understanding between them. They have been playing together for a long time. Talking about that cover drive, I guess, Paresh, you were a better cover driver than anyone else in the Nepal team when you were playing. Opening bat, Paresh Lohani. Nicely clipped away. Towards the fine leg region for another single added to the total.
Yeah, look at that two cover drive did to Gulshan Shah. He's straying down to the leg side. He's fading his line. That is good shots does to a bowler. Malaysia off to a good start here. 49 for 1 in the 10th over, the last over of the first power play in this innings. Faiz 21 of 11, whereas Virendeep 8 of 29. Oh, that's a wide. A very ordinary bowling by Gulshan Shah here. Already given 34 runs in his 5th over. A touch expensive.
Yeah, trying to pitch it up, trying to get some swing. He did get some swing, but was wider than he expected. Rightly given. A wide by the umpire. Gulshan Shah, yeah, a bit touch expensive, but getting that all-important wicket of Shakur. Nicely bowled there, back of the length, stump to stump.
And that's better by Gulshan Shah, bowling right on the money. A good comeback ball by him. Not giving away room to the batsman, not straying to the leg side. Like Sharad said, stump to stump, a very good length. 50 is up for Malaysia.
Are you happy with the start Nepal team has given? The line and lengths the opening bowlers have bowled, Paresh. What do you think they could have improved?
Yeah, they could have improved the boundary balls that they have given the fuller length after 10. Malaysia 50 for 1. partnership slowly and steadily building up. 20 of 27 contribution of Vaj, 21 of 13, whereas Virandeep 5 of 12, including 4 boundaries.
Lalit Rajbangshi back into the attack from the Chobar end for his second over. Lalit has played 16 ODI, still now taking up 19 wickets with a decent average of just 18.78. How impressive he has been with a newish ball, bowling with a newish ball in the 11th over. Do you expect any turn, Paresh?
We cannot see any turn from him. The ball is going with the arm into the right-hander as of now. Again, there's a sleight of turn, a vicious turn. Dare we say, drift, dip and turn. That is what Lenny used to say. And he's even opened with a new ball in the last matches that he played against UAE and PNG. Look at the turn. Look at the drift. Look at the dip. That's a perfect left arm spinner's delivery.
That was a close call. Probably it hit the bat. Straight away, Lalit getting some purchase of the wicket. Probably he's getting the right pace to ball in this wicket. Yeah, just gripped a bit, hit the outside edge of the bat. Quick single taken. So early signs from this wicket of some turn. Nicely bowled there again by Lalit.
Yeah, the slower you bowl, that much purchase you get in this kind of a wicket in TU ground. That is why you should bowl leg cutters, the variation if you're a fast bowler. Nicely driven by Faiz down to long off for a single. He looks to be in a very good touch and he's very confident against the fast bowlers and the spinners. Talking about Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi, is getting that purchase like you said, Sharad. Getting the ball to drift, getting it to dip and getting that turn as well. Getting that inside edge, the ball going with the arm. After 11, Malaysia 52 for 1.
So to 12th over in progress, and there's a new change in the bowling attack. The main strike bowler of Team Nepal, Sandeep Lamichhane, number 25, is on to the attack. Right arm leg break. Could be an interesting battle between Fayaz and Lamichhane. Fayaz going so well. Sandeep being their premier bowler. Look to take an early breakthrough and a right on the spot, Sandeep Lamichhane.
Yeah, starts off right on the money. Sandeep Lamichhane, a very experienced bowler, world-class bowler. And look at that, getting it perfect, starting with a leg spinner. In recent times, in the last 2 months, he's bowled more of leg spins than googlies. Nicely tossed up and nicely driven down the ground for a single by Faiz. He looks to be in a very good touch, whereas Virandeep Singh is taking his time.
Yeah, so talking about Lamichhane, he's just 1 wicket shy of his 100th ODI wicket, Paresh. Will be the quickest. Nicely punched there by Virandeep using the feet. Coming down the track, right in the pitch of the ball. Nice intent shown by the batsman against the premier bowler.
Yeah, Sandeep is on 99 wickets in one-day internationals. Nicely fielded by Sopal Kami. Down to 45 in the leg side. And the match played between Nepal, Oman and UAE, that will be counted as one-day international. But this match will be counted as list A match. Oh, there's a collision between the batsmen. Luckily, I think Faiz is down here. He got hit by Virandeep Singh. Total misunderstanding in between the wickets there for two Malaysian batsmen.
Yeah, unfortunate collision there between the two batsmen. Probably both the batsmen ball watching. Hopefully Faiz is not too serious. Medical attention required at the moment. Good signs is just set up.
Hopefully Faiz is not badly injured. That was a very bad collision between these two batsmen, Virandeep Singh and Ahmad Faiz, the captain of Malaysia. He's on his feet. It's good to go. Good signs here. Good news. This was the first wicket to go. Shokur was the batsman. The bat flew away off his hands.
That's our scenes from the commentary box. Our very own legendary Paresh Lohani. You can see all his tattoos. Is that a new one, Paresh?
Yeah, it's a new one. Just got it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, things are changing. Good artists in Kathmandu. You can see the Nepal team as well. A lot of guys with tattoos. Can see so many tattoo corners in Nepal, and with the 12th over done, Malaysia are 55 for 1.
Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi is going to continue with his third over of the innings and the 13th over of Nepal's innings, and you can see there the ground in the university. Sopal Kami 4 overs, 14 runs without wicket. And nicely bowled again, Lalit.
Yeah, Lalit looks in very, very good rhythm. Nowadays, whenever Lalit bowls, he reminds me of our legendary Basanta Regmi, Paresh.
Oh, that ball went with the arm down to the leg side. I don't think the bowler or the keeper appealed. The spectators appealed. Yeah, talking about Basanta Regmi. He was the premier bowler for Nepal. The left arm orthodox. He used to turn viciously in this wicket. Oh, nicely bowled again in the right areas. Lalit building up a pressure here.
Telling you some of the stories in the camp where Basant used to be part of and Lalit was just debuting. Nicely cut there. The back foot by Fayaz for another single. And the role Basant has played in grooming Lalit, Paresh. He used to be his room partner. He used to compulsorily he used to be his like Lalit used to be Vasant's room partner so that he could groom Lalit on his skills. And now you can see all those experience shared by Basant is helping Lalit a lot. The performances he's giving in international games, Lalit, I'm sure Basant would be a proud mentor.
Yeah, that is what a senior pro should do to a youngster. Keep on talking to him, keep on talking about the skills in bowling, encouraging him. That is what Basant did to Lalit. A very good job done by Basant Rekmi. I think he's still playing in the States. He's playing the minor league there. Nicely bowled again by Lalit.
Yes, that's what I've heard of him. He's playing the minor leagues and the weekend games, the A Division Premier games. We wish him well. Nicely fielded there by his own bowling, Lalit. With the 13th over done, Malaysia are 56 for 1.
Look at the Malaysian team's batting. Shukar got out on 17 of 18 with a rather comical dismissal for him. The bat flying away off his hands, whereas Virandeep is not out on 10 of 37. Faiz, the captain, 25 of 23. A good partnership here with these two batsmen. The current rate is 4.31, a good one for Malaysia. Sandeep Lamachani, the magician of the Nepal team, is going to continue from the pavilion end. Only 4 extras given by Nepal. In the 13 overs they've bowled. Oh, nicely bowled. A bit slower and shorter in his length. He's mixing his pace, mixing his length as well. He's a very smart bowler.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of his googlies yet, Parish. Nicely driven there by Fayaz towards the cover region. Diving effort there by Lalit, but crashes into the holding boards for another sweetly timed boundary.
Yeah, this is what Faiz has been doing throughout this innings. Yet another beautiful cover drive by him off the spinner. Sandeep Lamachani, a world-class bowler, hitting him like this for a cover drive. Look at that shot. Look at his body. Look at his head. Completely balanced. A beautiful cover drive. Nicely cut away again. Slight misfield by Kushal Mallale. Oh, that's Kushal Burtel. He's a very good fielder. A single taken by these two batsmen. Faiz moves to 30.
Good partnership there between these two. Sandeep onto his second over. Probably trying to get his rhythm back after a decent break. Virandeep looking pretty good, showing some intent, coming down the track to Sandeep. Nicely bowled again by Sandeep. Slight misfield. Single taken by Virandeep.
Yes, he's taking that challenge. If it's a bit in the air, that is why Virandeep is going after the bowling. That was a googly attempted by Sandeep Lamachani, but it was very full, nicely driven by Faiz for a single down to sweeper cover. At the end of 14 overs, Malaysia 63 for 1.
might have started 5 minutes late because the ankles or whatever.
Yeah, the partnership between these two batsmen, 41 of 51, Faiz, a big amount of contribution from him, 31 of 27, whereas Virendeep, 8 of 22. It's good to see that Virendeep Singh is holding one end and Faiz is attacking from the other end. Good understanding between these two batsmen, apart from that collision that they had earlier, but they have been running between the wickets very good.
Yeah, these two seem to have very good understanding. Probably they understand each other's game well. Quick single taken again there by Fayaz.
Faiz played with soft hands and straight to the fielder, and the fielder was Dipender Singh Aire, even though they took a very good short single. A good understanding between the wickets between these two.
That one just coming with the arm. Slight hesitation there between these two, but no harm done. So the other match simultaneously going on between Singapore and Hong Kong in Mulpani, the first international match probably, Paresh, in Mulpani cricket ground. Singapore batting first. After 15 overs, Singapore are 69 for 2. Yeah, would be a very good game between those two teams as well. Singapore and Hong Kong know each other so well. Both would be looking for a good start, for a winning start. Talking about Malaysia versus Nepal, used to be good opponents when you used to play Paresh.
Nicely played again with soft hands by Faiz down to vacant area at sweeper cover for a single. Yeah, talking about Nepal versus Malaysia, it's always been a rivalry in the field, but off the field we're very good friends. I still remember Suresh Navaratnam. He was the captain then of Malaysia. He was a good medium pacer.
Nicely played there in the black foot. Lalit surely getting some bit of turn. Did you expect this kind of turn, Paresh, in the first 15 overs?
Yeah, definitely. If you bowl a bit slower and rip the ball, you'll get that turn. If you bowl quicker, you'll not get that kind of a turn. That is what Ladit is trying to do, bowl it a bit slower. Again, if you bowl a bit flatter, the ball doesn't turn that much. At the end of 15 overs, Malaysia, they are 68 for 1.
I think it's time. Time for a drink.
Yeah, it's time for the drinks. We'll have a break here in the comment box. See you in a bit.
Thanks. Well, very good morning and a warm welcome back to Kathmandu. We're at the beautiful Team International Cricket Ground here in Kurdapur. Game number 1 of this ACC Men's Premier Cup. Really good start for Malaysia. They lost just the 1 wicket in Gulshan Kumar Jah picking up Abdul Shakur. And as you can see there, look at how hazy it is in the background at the moment. Our thoughts go out to anyone suffering with those forest fires, and we hope that maybe some rain will come up in the heavens overnight. We don't want it during the day. Andrew Leonard here, joined by Sharad Vasakar. Sharad, so good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Very well, Andrew. Very good to see you back here in Nepal. Sandeep Lamisani coming in for his 3rd over.
Malaysia are going to be pretty pleased with the start as well, aren't they? Their big advantage in this tournament, of all the associate sides, the likes of Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, they might not have much experience of the local conditions. Malaysia are to the contrary. 2 tri-series here in the last 2 years. I commentated on one of those with you, Sharad. They are not to be underestimated, Malaysia.
Very rightly said, Andrew. Most of the guys have a lot of experience playing in Kathmandu. And some of the Malaysian players in the franchisee leagues as well in Kathmandu, so rightly they would be using that experience to their advantage.
I think the other thing they will know, not just the experience of the conditions, it's the experience of the opposition. So they know that Sandeep Lamichhane is the big threat. They know that if they keep him wicketless for his 10 overs, they're very much in this contest. Now that's much easier said than done. And Sandeep just coming down and trying to rattle Ahmed Faiz a touch, trying to change things, a smile from both men.
Yeah. Probably getting Sandeep trying to get into the minds of Faiz.
Nicely flighted leg break. Here's turn on offer. Just day 1. You have to remember we've got 15 game days here, so it's going to be a huge workload through these pitches, both the TU ground where you're watching from here and also the Mulpani ground. It's dragged down, helped away. Going to be at least a couple of runs. May well go all the way to the rope. Gulshan Jah can't cut it off. This is what you get if you frustrate Lamichhane. He goes searching for wickets, and Faiz punishes him around the corner.
Nicely played there by Faiz. Half pull, half sweep. Yeah, it was a very rank shot delivery by Sandeep standards. Yeah, probably trying to do something different, Sandeep, but that's the one I was talking about. The first googly ball for the day, probably, Andrew. And that's the 16th over done. Malaysia are 72 for 1.
.50 partnership has been brought up between probably the 2 most experienced batters in this Malaysian side. I know Virendeep Singh's still very young, but he has played so much cricket for Malaysia all around the world. He's got a good record too. I think this format suits him. He's really had a very watchful start. That's okay though, because the skipper is going at overrun a ball, and it's forced Nepal into changing something. Arif Sheikh, very much a part-time medium pacer, into the attack. That's from the Chobar end of the ground. What are your expectations for Nepal coming into this tournament? The emotions and the drama of the 30 days between February 14th onwards and that journey to Zimbabwe, it overcame the whole nation really. Is it almost difficult to come back now and start again, start afresh?
Well, the expectations are high as always, but with the confidence and the form Nepal are in, probably they'll take that confidence into the tournament, and definitely they are the favorites for winning this competition on home soil. won't be easy for other teams to come up against them.
And you're someone who's played in an awful lot of these competitions. These Asian Cricket Council pathway events, also the T20 World Cup pathway events, they're cutthroat, they're ruthless. You have one bad day, you can find yourself out of contention. Why is it that Nepal have had some difficulties through particularly this Asian Cricket Council Premier League? Why have they never qualified for an Asia Cup before?
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, but on those tournaments, Hong Kong and UAE have always beaten us. Sadly, but this time I hope they're gonna come one better than them. Firstly reach the finals, that must be their primary target, and then look to win from there.
Well, the final is going to be on the 1st of May, a May Day date with destiny potentially for the home side or for whoever gets there. The prize, it doesn't really get much bigger in cricket. Go to the Asia Cup, take on India and Pakistan in 50 over games, mere days or weeks ahead of the full 50 over World Cup in India. And whilst it might not be possible for Nepal or whoever wins this tournament to go and beat India or Pakistan, just that occasion, just that exposure for all, whoever the associate side is that qualifies is going to be massive.
Absolutely. Andrew, it's a massive tournament and massive opportunity for the winning team. It's as big as a World Cup for me, you know, like if you talk about it, maybe you don't even get an opportunity to play against India or Pakistan in the World Cup as well.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think that's one way to look at it. You talk about what all of the associate sides are crying out for. It's exposure, it's opportunity. And that's what I think great credit you've got to give to the Asian Cricket Council, the pathway and the structure they've put in place, not just for men's cricket, not just for women's cricket, but for youth cricket as well. We've seen an under-16 tournament over the last couple of weeks. The UAE triumphed in. We see the Women's Asia Cup going from strength to strength. And real opportunity for all of the members to get that exposure to improve their cricket. And that will come about here in Nepal again. End of the 17th over. 4 runs come from that one. It's 76 for 1. Hold on. Got to multitask for 2 seconds. Get this up. So it's working. UAE triumphed in. Women's Asia Cup going from strength to strength. 13. And that's just in Nepal. So that is the link for... Every time I try to get a photo of that screen being down, Lamachani to continue. Tell us about this ground, Sharad. You used to bowl some off breaks as well. Which end did you prefer to operate from as a spinner? We've often seen Lamachani maybe have most of his success from the far end, the Chobar end, but he's bowling here from the pavilion end.
Yes, exactly. There must be something in the captain's mind to bring him from this end, probably trying to get something from the footmark areas from the right-handed bowler where Sompal bowled from. Yeah, the leg side being a slightly longer boundary than the offside. I've always felt that the Chobar end is always the end to go for when you're bowling because of the sun's rays, and that becomes difficult for the batter to face even more.
The dimensions of the ground as well, it tends to be straight that the runs are coming from. And those runs are because of a 55-60 metre straight boundary. We're also up at elevation, 1400, maybe 1450 metres. Another drag down from Lamachani. So that's something that very much comes into play. We're pretty much in the middle of the square. Maybe it's a slightly bigger boundary to the leg side, and that could have come into the mind of the captain. And that's why he's bowling Lamachani from the pavilion end.
Yes, probably with all his googlies, Sandeep trying to protect the left side boundary. that slight advantage on his favor. Slightly over-pitched and square-driven there by Fayaz for another single.
Yeah, and you can immediately see the amount of cricket that Fayaz in particular, I think he's captained every game in the last couple of years that Malaysia have played against Nepal, including those 2 T20I tri-series. There's great relations between the Cricket Association of Nepal and the Malaysian Cricket Association, and they love their time here. But all that experience, all that knowledge of facing Lamachani is coming to the fore for the captain, and he's trying to get through Lamachani's 10 threatening overs, and they'll look to score off the likes of Kami and Jha, maybe even Dipendra Singh Airi when he comes into the attack. It's all looking very comfortable right now for Malaysia. They're going well. 18 overs bowled, 78 for 1.
So it's Arif Sheikh again from the Chobar end for the 19th over in the first innings. Yeah, after the last game of the series qualifier against UAE, Nepal team had 2 weeks layoff. Nice break in between those times, and they had probably had a good rest in between, good recovery.
Well, some of the players at a rest, others were climbing up mountains. You saw, was it Karen KC, Kushal Bertel, and they weren't small mountains either. Carved away, going to be runs and 4 of them. Too much width from Arif Sheikh, particularly at his pace. It was airborne. Kushal Bertel was interested for a moment, but it scampers away for 4. Fayez playing a great hand here, the Malaysian skipper.
Yeah, Fayaz very strong, square of the wicket, getting that width to free his arms. Yeah, over pitched and rightly utilizing that width for another boundary, going almost at a strike rate of 100. Fayaz.
And tell us about those mountains. It's something you've got a family connection with, of course. Your wife is hopefully not getting this wrong in her. She's climbed some of the biggest ones, isn't she?
Oh yes, she has climbed the Everest. And talking about those trekking sessions Dipendra, Kushal and Avinash went for. They went around the ABC trek, which is one of the famous Annapurna ranges trek in Nepal. You can see a lot of tourists coming in this season as well.
Is that the one that you start in Pokhara, is it? And you work your way around up towards what, Annapurna base camp eventually? You go past beautiful frozen lakes, that sort of stuff?
Oh yes, I have experienced that trek as well. You don't get much of frozen lakes there, but you definitely see a lot of snow mountains. And you just go past by that fishtail mountain that you see in the Pokhara, from the Pokhara cricket ground actually. So you first have to go towards the Machapusre base camp, and after crossing that, then you get to the Annapurna base camp, which is a 2 hours walk from there.
And this is all walking rather than climbing, is it?
Yes, it's all walking. It's all walking, but it's a nice trek. I mean, it's not that tough for athletes especially. And with the 19th over done, Malaysia are 84 for 1.
Ramachani to continue. Slow and tempting through the air. Andrew Leonard here with you. Back in Kathmandu here for every ball of this ACC Men's Premier Cup. I've got Sharon Visaker with me, the former men's national team player. Sharon, you still playing much? What's your little roadmap coming up? Are you going to play an awful lot going forward? You're going to coach, or what are you going to do?
I'm just taking one day at a time, Andrew. I'm just like not thinking much ahead. I'm thinking in the same lines what the coach has taught me, actually, Monty sir. As they talk about those one ball battles, so I'm just thinking on those lines too, one day at a time probably. I just came back from a recent tour to Biratnagar and Janakpur. I wanted to experience some domestic cricket. What fantastic 2 weeks I had. I mean, I was amazed to see the talents around the country actually, Andrew.
Tell us about that cricket. That's domestic stuff going on in some of the provincial cities. I've been to Bairoa myself. I was impressed down there. And is this mainly T20 cricket you're talking about?
Yes, so there were 3 tournaments going on. Just one after another, 3 T20 tournaments between clubs from Nepal and India. Some good teams from India actually, from the Bihar side, where MS Dhoni belongs from actually. So yeah, there was really good talent being able to be coming up on those regions as well.
Yeah, great to see the game growing across this wonderful country. End of the 20th over. Good tight over, that one from Lamachani. It's 84 for 1. Arif Sheikh going to continue. Sharad, one of the things I've always been fully aware of with this Nepali side, there's never been a lack of talent. There's always been talent there. Historically, not in recent times, the batting has struggled at points, outside of maybe yourself and the iconic Paris Kadka, Gyanendra Malla at many stages. There hasn't been many consistent run scorers. That seems to have changed. What is it within this new group, within Monty Desai's era, that's really given the side a winning mentality and a consistency that we haven't seen probably before over the last 5 to 10 years?
Exactly. He has done something differently. I don't know if I can share the secrets with you, Andrew, but I myself had an opportunity to experience those sessions, those team building sessions where he used to focus on some bit of yoga as well. If you know, he's a big time follower of Sadhguru and Gaur Gopal Das, who are the spiritual leaders of this world right now, famous personalities, and he's bringing that touch of spirituality in the cricket team as well to handle those emotions and fluctuating mindsets. And I think those things has really helped the cricket team, the Nepal team, to bring their potential to their best. Actually, you can see guys bringing their 100% into the field, and that's what we want.
Yeah, I think he's been very clear on the fact he wants a happy camp, a happy dressing room, and without getting into any details in previous eras, there has been difficulties. There's been some probably mixed leadership and some infighting, but things seem very settled now at a board level, very settled within the men's team, also the youth team. Under-19s qualifying for that World Cup again. That's going to be so exciting for them to go back to, and I think it's in January next year. When you talk about yoga and the impact it has, it's kind of getting a good spirituality, a good zen, and everything goes from there.
Exactly. When your mind is calm and when your mind is happy, then performances are easier to come. And you can see the results coming in for Team Nepal. What 2 months it has been for Nepal, and we hope like the team continues from here, takes the performances from this Premier Cup to the qualifiers as well.
Nicely clipped away, and it's going to be 4. There's no man at deep square leg. Poor line for Arif Sheikh twice now. Once too wide outside the off stump, and this time strays down the leg. 4 more to the total. Malaysia going very well here, 90 for 1. Going to see a change in bowling. We will see young Kushal Malla come into the attack. In fact, it's going to be Lalit Rajbanshi. Thought it was Kushal Malla going to toss the ball, but Rajbanshi instead. Talking about Monty Desai and those processes, it's all very easy when you're winning, and that kind of solves everything. But it does seem that there is a great process in place and a great mood amongst the camp, that even if they go through some difficult results, maybe it be in this Premier Cup or down in Zimbabwe, that they'll stay together and stick with the process that Desai's put in place.
Yeah, that's what his focus has always been on, like the talks he had in the dressing room about being together in tough times and sticking together, focusing on that one team goal. And till now we can see that he has done a pretty good job in bringing all those minds together, focused like a beam of light, you know.
And sticking with that, he's stuck with the same 14 players. Probably a real temptation to look at someone like Arjun Saud or Kishore Mahado, maybe Surya Tamang, the young left-arm spinner. Kamal Singh Ari's done a good job at points over recent times. It's a very difficult squad to get into, but he's stuck with the same 14 players for that most recent Cricket World Cup League 2 series, the famous one where they won all 4 here on home soil to take that third and final spot for Zimbabwe. Is that something you're pleased to see with as well, a consistency in selection which has maybe been lacking over the years?
It makes sense, you know, when the results are coming, why change the team? I mean, it won't be easy for a newcomer to come in, just walk in and start performing. At the moment, I feel the team is very well balanced and you have all the departments sorted out. It's good to see some pressure created from the outside who are in the bench. They are performing as well, so if need be, in case of injury or anything else, there's always replacements. Oh, a quick single taken, a tight one there. Bhim Sarki.
Yeah, and someone like Bhim Sharkey is definitely going to be profiting from that consistency in selection. I think he'll be given an extended run. He looks like a young batter full of potential. Good fielder too. Although it's name any one of them, Dipender Singh Ari, Rohit Paudel. Arif Sheikh no slack either. Really good fielding outfit, but Malaysia proving a good match right now. As Faiz moves to 49, just one short of that 50. End of the 22nd over. We'll have a quick commentary change as I'll bid farewell to Shard Vasaka for the moment. It's 93 for 1. So really solid start this for Malaysia, showing us exactly why there are not going to be any easy games in this ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. don't think associate cricket has ever been stronger. Good fielding, direct hit, given not out, and that's going to be 50 for Ahmed Faiz. I'm not sure whether he's noticed it, but now the crowd do notice, and they applaud. The captain really had to get the afterburners on to get there. It's come from 64 balls, 7 fours in there, good strokes all around the ground. And Malaysian captain is putting maybe his side into the ascendancy. Good toss to win as I welcome back Paresh Lahani. Malaysia well on track for 250 plus here.
Yes, way on track to get in excess of 250, the Malaysian team. Nicely punched down the ground by Virandeep Singh for a single. He moves to 24 and he's improving his strike rate as well, Virandeep Singh. Well, Lenny, good to have a break since we've been doing 100 overs continuously.
Don't tell anyone. Don't remind me. What was it, 1,200 overs between us across 12 ODIs here. I think I blacked out 3 or 4 times, didn't I?
Yes, you went to the grass banks and came out breathless. You were almost there in the stampede.
I think it's got a little bit dicey up there at a few points. Always good to see the passion and enthusiasm. Not quite the same numbers in we saw almost exactly a month ago, isn't it? To the day. You have to say that day in terms of not just Nepali cricket, but for associate cricket, brilliant. Guided away, going to be 4. 100 comes up, uses the full face of the bat. This is not an edge, this is clever batting from Singh. Arif Sheikh is just leaking runs right now, and Nepal have got questions to answer.
Yes, like you said, Lenny, good toss to win here for Malaysia. That was very neatly done by Virandeep Singh, guiding down to third man, opening his face off the bat. The ball stayed a touch low, but he was in control. Very fine towards third man for a single, for a boundary.
And the crowd are just trying to change the game a touch, trying to make some noise, and I think there may have been, I don't think from within the team, but just from in and around the fan base, there might have been an expectation that Nepal would breeze through this group. That is not going to be the case for any of the 10 teams here. Even if UAE or Oman or Nepal go unbeaten, or Hong Kong, don't forget about them with their great pedigree. They're not going to have it easy. They'll have phases of the group games that are going to be very tough. 23 overs bowled. Malaysia for me are on top right now. It's 100 for 1. Five bowlers used so far. No signs of Kushal Malla yet, perhaps surprisingly. Nothing either from Dipender Singh Airi. Maybe the 2 right-handers at the crease. They'll try and save his overs for when left-handers come in, particularly the very dangerous Syed Aziz. He is a really good ball striker. He's played some good innings here too. Remember, this is a Malaysian side without Pawandeep Singh. They don't have their left-arm spin bowler who often opens the bowling. He's completing some studies, so unavailable. Brother of Virandeep, the man at the crease. But for Nepal at the moment, they just need something to change. They need to find some wickets.
Yes, exactly. I think Rohit Paudel, the captain, he has to be proactive at the moment. Get Sompal Kami with a short burst here to break this partnership, or even use Dipender Singh Airi, who's a very clever bowler. It doesn't matter if it's a right-hander or a left-hander. He's very economical. He runs through his overs very quickly. That is what they should do, the Nepal team.
Then the leg side swept away. There's a man out there, so should just be the single. It is warmer than you would traditionally think of in Kathmandu. We play a lot of cricket here, don't we, in November, December, January, February, when it's kind of 15 or 20 degrees. 28 degrees right now, so that will come into the conditioning of the batters. Great work from Kushal Bertel. Good diving stop. Spoke about those 2 weeks that Nepal had off. You think that's refreshed them and got them ready for this tournament after all the emotions of last month?
Yeah, they need a kind of a rest and team building as well. That is why they've not practiced as much as hard they did in the last month. They just took a break, went to team building to different places around the country, especially around the city. That's very well bowled and equally well played by Virendeep Singh. After 24, Malaysia 102 for 1.
Approaching the halfway stage of this first innings, game number 1. Kushal Malla into the attack, not a moment too soon for me as well. The youngster, saw him at his divulsome best on social media, playing a little prank on one of the umpires in one of the warm-up games. It was all in good faith and good fun. And speaking of our umpires, we haven't introduced you to them yet. Naresh D'Souza, joined by Shiju Sam. Today's third umpire is Vinod Babu. Reserve umpire Anand Natar Jan, and Sarika Prasad was the match referee overseeing things. These tournaments are great opportunities for the umpires and match officials as well. We've seen plenty of the ACC panel in here, and that's the third umpire run-out camera that he will use only for stumpings and run-outs, that we have that in effect. So before anyone asks, we don't have any DRS. Don't need to worry about that.
Yes, good to see that there's a camera for the run out and the stumping. Nicely driven down the ground by Virendeep Singh for a single. Moves to 30 off 62. He's slightly improving his strike rate now. And talking about the match referee, Sarika Prasad from Singapore, he used to umpire and he still umpires, officiates in different matches. He's officiated in Nepal's game in the past as well. And luckily he remembered me. Well, I met him in the morning. A very good partnership here between these two batsmen.
Yeah, very clever bowler, Kushal Malla. Economical in his approach, but very, very effective. Good tight start from him, just one run. It's the halfway stage, it's 103 for 1. So the two left arm spinners now going to operate in tandem together. Lalit Rajbanshi and Kushal Malla, the same left arm orthodox style, but very different bowlers. I think Malla will tend to be slower through the air. They could complement each other nicely, both taking the ball away from the right hander.
That was the last ball. Was bowled very cleverly by Rajbanshi. Saw the batsman coming down the track, bowled it a bit shorter. Good thinking, good cricket all round here. Again, Nicely driven down the ground for a single by Virandeep Singh. Yeah, this partnership looking threatening to the Nepal side. Talking about Faiz, he's played very well today. An experienced batsman, a good captain as well for Malaysia.
He's a good leader, isn't he? Really good leader. He's been around a long time, more than a decade. He has been representing the national team. One thing that was particularly telling for me through their Cricket World Cup Challenge League campaign, they're in the division beneath Nepal, beneath Cricket World Cup League 2. He went through a horror trot with the bat. I think he made 3 ducks in a row at one point, or 4 innings with zeros or ones, and he didn't change his approach or his composure. Many players would have got themselves into all sorts of mental bother, and even though they didn't get through that Challenge League, they competed at length. 35 years of age now. He's a good cricketer, and he's playing a very important knock here as Bertel makes a good diving stop to save a single. Athletic work as always. Nepal impressive in the field.
Yeah, young legs here for Nepal. The only 2 players in the squad who are above 30 are not playing today. Karan Casey and Gyanendra Malla. Apart from them, all the players are under 30.
You're making me feel old just saying that. End of the 26th over. 105 for 1. It's a warm day. We're expecting temperatures to continue to heat up. We've heard about those forest fires that have been affecting the valley here in Kathmandu so bad. In fact, 2 days ago there was good diving stop. They did that carry. Athletic work everywhere. Bertel and Sheikh are showing off acrobatics. But yeah, so bad was the air quality that it was about 2 or 3 hours where planes couldn't even land at the TU or the Tribhuvan International Airport. It's not going to be easy out there for players, particularly batters who are batting long innings. So they'll look to pace their innings. Is that something that you remember from your playing days? It's difficult to bat for long periods here in Kathmandu.
Yes, sometimes it is because of the air pollution, but like Sharad said, performing yoga and different breathing exercises, that helps a lot while you play a long innings to recover very quickly. I think that is what the Nepal side has done recently. Young legs of the national side, a very young captain for Nepal, only 20 years of age, Rohit Kumar Podal. Kushal Malla, just 19. Gulshan Jha, just 17 years of age. A very young team for Nepal.
Yeah, that's something that will play to their benefit in a big way throughout this competition, as other teams may tire or find it difficult with maybe 2 games in 3 days, which is very tough going in 50 over cricket. Nepal will look to stay strong and utilise their home conditions that they'll know better. Pick-up shot, and very nicely picked up. Going to travel all the way and go for a maximum. I think it's the first of the innings. As aggression from Faiz, the bottom hand comes through really nicely, tossed up teasingly. He took the bait and he smashed it over the rope.
Yeah, that was a very good hit by Faiz. Slot sweep down to mid-wicket region for 6. The first maximum for him and for the team. That will break the shackles somehow. He's not afraid of giving that air. Another mix-up here. Oh, lucky Virandeep Singh.
That's the captain, isn't it, Rohit Powdell? That extra cover, brilliant piece of work. And on the spin, I wonder if a direct hit might have been out there. We'll take a look after the overbreak. It's 115 for 1, 27 bowled. Yeah, it would have been gone, wouldn't it, Paresh, with the direct hit. Fantastic athletic work. You almost feel like Nepal need a moment of magic to break this partnership. It's one that continues to grow in quality. And if they're still here in 12 or 15 overs time, it could be a match-winning partnership between these two. They've got power hitting to come. Side Aziz, side at Ramley. And looking for that moment of magic. It's going to be a turn to their fourth spinner to be used today, Dipender Singh Airi. Very clever bowler, much more than a part-timer now.
Yes, he bowls a full quota of 10 overs in the 50-over match in the one-dayers. A very smart bowler. Starts off right on the money. Dipender Singh Airi, very experienced as well. Live wire in the field. Nicely bowled again, giving that air. I think he's getting that drift away from the right-hander, bowling his off-cutters, off-spinners rather.
Short ball helped away. There's a man out there, so just be a single. He's also rapid through his overs. We've spoken about this before. He can get through an over in about a minute, minute and a half. He gives Ravindra Jadeja a real run for his money. As soon as the batter's ready, Airi will be into the delivery. And so often he bowls so many dots. He'll just be ready to go again. Very good economy rate in 50-over cricket and ODIs. And List A cricket like we're playing here. Malaysia, remember, don't have ODI status. Just 3 teams in this competition do. And that's hit just to the man. Cover. Can't beat him.
Yeah, you could see the drift away from the right hand on the last ball that he bowled, Dipender Singh Airi. Oh, nicely bowled again. A very good over, only 2 up it. 28 gone, Malaysia 170 for 1.
Nepal desperately in need of a wicket. The home side making their bow in the tournament's first game. And right now they're being put into a precarious position by Malaysia, whose two most experienced batters, are combining really effectively. Building a good partnership for the second wicket. With hitting to come, Malaysia will know that they'll need well north of 250 to be right in this contest. They might want over 300.
Yes, looking at the pitch, it's very good to bat on. That is what Malaysia have shown, the Malaysian batters have shown. Played it late, played it with soft hands. Kushal Malla. Nicely punched, but straight to the bowler, no run. The key to this partnership, the key to Virendra Singh's batting and Fai's batting is they are playing the ball very late, letting the ball coming into them. Look at that again. Just waiting for the ball and just maneuvering the ball around. If the ball is there to hit, they are going for it. The partnership itching towards 100 now.
Yeah, I think that it's not just the experience here in Kathmandu that Malaysia are relying upon, but also that tour of Hong Kong. That was from sort of first to the third week of March, so they're fresh from recent cricket. And in addition to the T20I Tri-Series, rarest of things, a misfield from Dipender Singh Airi. He also had some 50-over games against Hong Kong and Hong Kong A there. It's a good experience for Malaysia. They're putting it right up to Nepal. Get to the end of the 29th over. We'll have a quick commentary change. I'll leave you with Sharad Vasakar and Paresh Lahani. It's 119 for 1.
Dipender Singh Airi into the attack with his second over from the pavilion, and welcome back, Sharad. So where do you think Malaysia is going from now on?
Thank you, Paresh. Well, they seem to be in a very good position. Just a wicket down. Although they are going just above 4 runs and over. I'm sure with wickets in hand, they can up the ante whenever they want. Nepal looking for that second wicket. Wow, Dipendra, the flying Dipendra. You can see he covers ground so quickly, Paresh.
If Dipender cannot reach those, nobody can. A good partnership here. Nicely punched down the ground by Virendeep Singh. And I think that's the 100-run partnership between these two batsmen. They were 22 for 1 in the initial stages. A good partnership between these two batsmen, Virendeep and Ahmad Faiz.
Slightly short there by Dipendra. Straight to the fielder. No runs taken. Yeah, Virendeep has certainly given a role here. Seems to be playing with, he's faced 81 balls for his 37, but what a partnership this two have put on. 100 of 146 balls. Definitely given a strong platform to the incoming batsman. Quick single there. Safely run. Good understanding between these two. The 30th over done. Malaysia are 123 for 1.
You got the net? You did it? No, I was using my phone. Yeah, spend some allowances. Let me run it over.
Look at the partnership between Virendeep and Faiz. 101 up 147 deliveries, where Shukar and Virendeep, they put on 22 for the first wicket. Kushal Malla to continue. Nicely played off the back foot, but straight to extra cover. The captain there, Rohit Kumar Paudel. I would like to see Sompal coming with a short burst here. Sharad, what do you think? They need to break this partnership.
Yeah, probably with the nature of this wicket, Rohit opting with the best option. Bringing on his slower bowlers. Kushal on his 4th over. Still, they haven't been able to get that breakthrough which they are looking for. Need to do something differently to get that second wicket, Team Nepal. That was a close call.
I think the umpires have gone upstairs or not. It'll be interesting to see. I don't think so. That was a very risky run. They have been running well in between the wickets, apart from that collision that they had earlier in the innings. Faiz playing on 66 of 85, whereas Virandeep 37 of 81. He's hanging on the one end. That is much required for Malaysia, whereas Faiz is controlling the run scoring. Nicely bowled by Kushal Malla.
Beautiful boy.
Yeah, probably Nepal team has to stop those quick singles which are being taken easily in the 30-yard circle. Need to stop those easy singles, get some dot balls going. With the 31st over done, Malaysia are 125 for 1.
Malaysian batters are getting refreshed there between the overs. Virandeep not out on 38 and Faiz not out on 66. A good disciplined bowling attack by Nepal. Only 4 extras. The current rate is 4.03 for Malaysia. A good platform to unleash at the end. Big hitters yet to come for Malaysia.
Well, they have a good batting lineup. Still Syed Aziz to come, the left-hander. Very talented guy, I presume. Nicely caught there by Virandeep, but very well fielded by Lalit. Diving one-handed stop. Saved 3 runs for the team. Or is it Arif?
Yeah, that was Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi diving to his wrong side, the right side. With his wrong hand, he bowls left armers. A very good stop by Lalit. Oh, nicely flicked off his pads, running down to the boundary. Yeah, gets it. A good boundary for Faiz, moves to 70. Good batting here by the Malaysian batters.
Fayaz looks so good off his legs. Plays this shot so well. Just pulled it, short arm jab. Half sweep, half pull. Runs away to the boundary.
I would call it a paddle pull. Oh, nicely played with soft hands, but the fielder there was very quick. Arif Sheikh. And I think Rohit Paudel should bring in. Nicely pulled again. But there's a fielder. 2 runs taken easily by these 2 batsmen. Gulshan Shah, the fielder there.
Yeah, again, nicely pulled there towards the square leg region by Fayaz. Looks good on 72 runs. Probably eyeing that 100 for his team. Doesn't he look a very good timer of the ball, Fayaz, Paresh?
Yeah, it sure does. He's captained his side for more than a decade now. He was there when we were playing. He was just a teenager then. Nicely driven down the ground for a single. 32 gone. Malaysia 133 for 1.
Kushal Malla coming in for his 5th over. Has bowled economically till now. Nicely fielded there by Dipendra again. The best fielders of the team, saving vital runs for his team. Kushal Malla, the golden arm for Team Nepal, has the knack of picking up wickets. So Paresh, what do you think the score would be from here?
Oh, nicely driven down the ground by Faiz for a single down to long off. If this partnership moves till the 48th over, I think 300 is on cards for Malaysia. It looks like a belter of a track for the batsman. Nicely bowled by Kushal Malla. Talking about this partnership has been a very good one for Malaysia in the second wicket partnership. Nicely driven down the ground by Virandeep for a single. They are rotating the strike wherever the ball is there to hit. They are hitting boundaries at will. Good cricket all round here by Malaysia.
Most certainly, they're getting single with ease. Getting those boundaries, and what a square cut that by Fayaz for another 2 runs. The deep square fielder covering it off, and with 33 overs done, Malaysia are 137 for 1.
Well, Nepal has to do something. Now they have done something. The magician of the Nepal team, Sandeep Lamichhane, is back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, just given away 16 runs, hasn't taken a wicket. If they can finish Sandeep's spell for around, let's say, 28 to 30 runs without giving him a wicket, that will win the game for them.
Comes down the track, Virandeep punches it down to long off region for a single. Talking about Fayaz, he's been an old campaigner, 35 years of age, Paresh, still looking for his first 100 for the national team. Well, he has that opportunity today if he plays till the 40th over. Probably can. That's a big appeal, and Fayaz is out. Outside edge, nicely bowled there by Sandeep around the middle of region, and outside edge probably Fayaz looking to play for that single around the cover area, but edging it to the keeper.
Yeah, big wicket for Nepal. A big breakthrough here given by Sandeep Lamichhane, the magician of the Nepal team. Faiz has to depart for 76. Malaysia 138 for 2. And let's look at the replay again. Yeah, I think that was caught behind. Yes, a slight edge. A good bowling by Sandeep Lamichhane. That was a leg spinner. Like I said, for the last 2 months, he's bowling maximum of leg spinners. He always tried to bowl googly at the start, but in the last 2 months he's started off with leg spinners and bowled googly as his weapon. Very good bowling by Sandeep Lamichhane. Faiz gone for 76. Malaysia 138 for 2. Vijay Uni is the new man in. Let me remind the viewers, that was not a stumping, that was the outside edge taken by the keeper. Vijay Uni, the new batsman in. Oh, nicely bowled again on the leg stump. Slight appeal there. I think that was pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, that's what Sandeep was indicating to the umpire, probably going down leg. Yeah, pitched outside leg. Yeah, nice effort there by Asif as well. Sandeep taking his time. And suddenly you see that roar from the crowd. Crowd getting involved.
Yeah, the crowd, they play the role of the 12th man for the Nepal team. Like Lenny always say, the heart attack kids in the Nepal team. Cardiac kids. They of course are the cardiac kids. Oh, nicely flicked away off the off stump. Easy single taken by these two batsmen. Only opens its account.
Yeah, Vijay Unnis, number 72 on his back. Slightly over pitched and nicely driven. Square. Nicely fielded there by Lalit as well in down the boundary line. Kept it for 2 runs. And with the 34 over done, Malaysia are 141 for 2.
Kushal Malla to continue. Nicely bowled. Got that drift into the right-hander. Vijay Uni, the new batsman in, has played 4 deliveries for just 1 run. The newcomer. Nicely bowled again. Slower through the air.
Kushal Malla reminds us about the legendary Shakti Gauchan, isn't it, Paresh? Who has been his childhood mentor. Similar kind of action, doesn't turn much. Keeps it there and thereabouts on the off stump. Slight changes of pace, and that's what's required. Nice hit there by Uni. And it's 6 runs over the mid-wicket region.
That was a nice pickup shot by Uni. It was on the slot, slog sweep. Down to mid-wicket region for 6 runs. A second maximum for Malaysia and the first one for Uni. That went to the grass banks.
Slowing it down, Kushal, probably not trying to give any pace to the bat. Showing some good intent there. Vijay Uni just coming in. So with this over done, Malaysia are 147 for 2 after 35.
Lamijani to continue with his 7th over of the innings. He's taken a wicket already in this match. He's broken the partnership between Faiz and Virendeep. Nicely bowled again. That was a leg spinner. He's bowling majority of leg spinners today and before as well.
Yeah, one reason he might be bowling more of leg spin is he has been bowling those googlies very often before and he doesn't want them to be predictable. Probably the right way to go. The opponents probably have already been reading him with the googly which he has been bowling, as there are a lot of videos available with the analysts these days. It's a good idea by Sandeep Lamisane to just bowl the leg spinners.
That's nicely bowled again, a bit shorter in the length. He was expecting that the batsman would dance down the track. That was why he bowled a bit shorter. A good spell for Sandeep Lamisane so far. In his 7th over, 21 runs given and a wicket taken, broken that partnership. A good partnership between Faiz and Virendeep. A long hop there, helped it down the ground. Sompal is in pursuit. Good understanding between two fielders. Good partnership. 2 runs taken by Vijay Unni.
Nicely paddled there by Vijay Unni. Bowled slightly shorter. Scooped it up. Defying the short fine leg fielder for 2 runs. And 150 up for Malaysia. Googly bowled by Sandy, but no runs taken. 150 is up in quick time, probably 35 overs, 36th over in pursuit, and 150 is up in a decent rate.
That was going down the leg side. A very optimistic appeal. 2 runs taken by these two batsmen. It'll be interesting to see the umpire's signal. Yeah, leg bye given. That was going down the leg side. After 36, 152 for 2, Malaysia. Yeah, and the drinks has been called. We'll take a short break here in the commentary box. Stay tuned. Welcome back after the second drinks break of the innings. This is a very good move by Captain Rohit Paudel, bringing in Sompal Kami into the attack. And I would like to invite Andrew Leonard again in the com box.
Hello, Paresh. How are you, my friend? First day of 14 consecutive days of cricket. I think I've got that wrong, haven't I? 15 days in total. We do have a break after the group stages. All teams, all 10 of them, will play 4 group games each. Then the top 2 will advance to the semi-finals. That's where the business end gets going. Winners of those 2 semi-finals advance to the grand final on May 1st with that huge prize, the ultimate prize of going on to be the associate representative at the Asia Cup and taking on a group of death, because you're placed into India and Pakistan's group in the Asia Cup that will be held in September. Top 3 teams will also advance to the ACC Emerging Teams Cup, which is a really good cricketing benefit, taking on the A sides of all 5 of those test nations. That'll be in July, so lots to play for over the coming 15 days. Malaysia off to a really impressive start, thanks to their captain Ahmed Faiz and a good anchor innings from Virendeep Singh. He's going to need to accelerate now. Malaysia have a good platform, and I think they're thinking of 280 plus.
Yeah, and the credit goes to the curator here in the TU International Cricket Ground, who has created a belter of a track here. Yeah, it'll always be good to see the runs on board and to chase that. That is what Nepal has been doing recently. Nicely bowled outside the off stump. Tried to play a tricky shot there, Vijay Uni, but was completely beaten. Nepal has won maximum of matches in the last 12 games that they played chasing the target. They've chased the highest total in one-day internationals, beating Namibia, and they've scored the highest ever in ODIs, batting first against PNG.
Yeah, but any chase up above 260, 280, even on a very good batting surface. I do think this wicket in particular, over the last 2 years, that the batting pitches have been outstanding here at this venue. This one, first use, is probably going to be the best pitch of the tournament, potentially. But as soon as you get north of 280, particularly north of 300, no matter how good a batting wicket is, it's not easy. If you lose a couple of early wickets, you get yourself into trouble. And for me, Paresh, there has to be a question as to how many times Nepal can keep doing it, keep pulling off these incredible chases. That's our, what I'm going to describe as our theatre curtain, which is covering up the branding at one end, which then shows, but it's not quite pinpoint accurate. It needs to be straightened up. Hopefully we can fix that up. The umpire is jogging over. Oh, there he is, getting the cardio in for the day. Trying to fix it, but I'm not sure if they can. They're going to have to play on for the moment. Fans definitely starting to come in now. And remember, you can buy your tickets online, or it is possible to get them if you get here. You get a discount if you get them online in advance, so do that. Talk of maybe some of the later games selling out too, so if you are interested, make sure you get your tickets in advance. Don't miss out.
Yes, get it in advance before it gets sold out. We can see again the spectators are behind the wall. They don't want to buy tickets, they can see it from behind the walls. Whereas talking about the cardiac kids, they've always done that to us. A good slower bouncer there by Sompal Kami outside the off stump. 37 gone, Malaysia 155 for 2.
So, change in bowling. I think Lalit Rajbanshi is going to come back into the attack, and these 3 overs will be fascinating. Malaysia played him very cautiously, just worked it around off him, going only just over 2 and over. They can't afford to do that for these remaining 3. Where will Virendeep Singh target? He does like to go inside out over extra cover.
Yes, I think he'll be targeting that area down the ground or over extra cover. This time he sweeps it, but straight to the fielder. A good, smart catch by Sompal Kami. The 3rd wicket is down for Malaysia.
Well, this is the problem with the anchor innings. If you get out when you're just trying to accelerate, your numbers can look quite poor. 46 off 94, he's gone for Virendeep Singh. He was looking to sweep a 4 away to get to 50, and instead Sompal Kami's held a good catch around the corner at the 45-degree angle, and he's caught Virendeep Singh short of 50. He's gone for 46. As Malaysia, they lose their 3rd.
Yeah, that was a very smart catch, low to his left, Sompal Kami. He's a very good athlete. His ground fielding is also good, catching is also good. A complete cricketer. 3rd wicket down for Malaysia. In a very important stage here. Shahid Aziz is the new batsman in, the left-hander for Malaysia in at number 5.
Yeah, this is the danger man here. He's the power hitter in the middle order. Very stylish player, can score both sides of the wicket. Particularly good through the covers and the leg side. Won't get down the ground as much, but he can score very quickly, rapidly in fact, and he's going to need to, because Malaysia, if they just amble through these last 12 or 13 overs and get up to say 240, 250, I don't think that will be enough. So they need a flying finish here, and they may need, what, 9, 10 and over to get towards the 260, 280 marker.
Yeah, Aziz can play himself in because more than 12 overs remaining, 12.3 to be precise. That's nicely bowled, but oh, brilliant fielding there by Kushal Burtel.
Burtel to me has been the pick of the fielders. He's been outstanding, and he did carry that niggle for a little bit. I just wonder, has that month off got him back to full fitness? Great stop. No time for a single. This is a brilliant over from Rajbanshi. 4 dots following the wicket. We're just going to check, is that the over or not? The umpire is not certain. Our scorer has it as 4 dots with 1 to go. And there is 1 ball to come.
Yes, very good over under circumstances by Lalit Narayan Rajbanshi. A wicket followed by 4 dot balls. He has done a very good job, a good spell here in his 8th over, giving away only 17 runs and taking a wicket in this over.
Won't be the wicket maiden, just the 1 run comes off that over. 38 bowled, 156 for 3.
Sompal Kami with his 6th over of the innings, giving away only 17 runs. A good economy for him. Bowls it down to the leg side. Wide given by the umpire. He's not trying to give away room to the left-hander. He wants to tucking up, bowling into his body, but got his line wrong there. Going towards the leg stump. He has to start from the off stump, ball angling into the left-hander. That is what he did in this instance. That was a variation ball by him. An off cutter. Talking about Sompal, he looks very fit. A good athlete. In his mid-20s, I think. Another slow ball, a variation ball by Sompal Kami. Good thinking here by Sompal, a new batsman in.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be fascinated to see what the approach will be from Rohit Paudel at the death. Is he maybe considering spin options at the death? Because if Kami keeps going, he's not going to be able to end out. And there is the man of many talents, Monty Desai. He shows that no job is too small, even for the head coach, happy to run some drinks around. Edged away. There's a man down there, won't carry to him. Where do you reckon he got that bib from?
Probably from some of the subs. Yeah, good to see that the head coach is carrying the water, energy drink around the boundary line, wearing that bib.
Looks like a schoolboy there, doesn't he? Everyone's favourite. He has endeared himself to the Nepali public and the fans and the cricket-loving people with his conduct, his manner. It's impeccable. It's of the highest standard. He's got a great purpose behind the passion that he brings to his coaching. As he skews away off an outside edge, not going to carry again. And I think in Monty Desai, Nepal have found the right man for the job. He's got all that experience around the world, was the West Indies batting coach. Something I told you during our last commentary stint. I actually did my level 3 coaching course with him. He came over to Europe to complete the final aspects of that, and I was so struck by his humility, his humbleness, his love of the game, most importantly, which is something we forget about sometimes at points. And he's getting a huge ovation from the crowd as he walks around. He's much loved for a reason here in Nepal.
Yeah, even though this is the 39th over, the batsmen are playing on the up. That shows how true wicket this is. And talking about Monty Desai, we all call him as the Monty Ball. We don't even see the head coach bringing water like that in the boundary line. I think this is the first time I've seen a head coach doing that.
There might be a reason behind it as well. A couple of messages of encouragement and telling his team to keep going. I think he'll be pleased with the fight back the last 4 or 5 overs as well. Nepal are just dragging themselves, not just towards parity, maybe ahead of the game. Malaysia going about 4 and over, 11 remain. 161 for 3.
Lalit with his 8th over of the innings, bowled very well. 8 overs, 1 for 18 his figures. I think he's going to bowl out.
Big shot down the ground by Vijay Uni. And he's not going to get it over the rope. Kushal Malla takes the catch. It was a point to the heavens immediately from Raj Bansi. That was the confidence that he has. And young Kushal Malla This is the problem. Malaysia have got to get going, and they're looking for big shots right from the off. Can only pick out long off, and Rajbanshi has his second, Nepal have their fourth.
Yes, look at this again. Very smart bowling by Lalit. An easy catch to Kushal Malla down to the boundary line at long off. Easier as it gets for Kushal Malla. Vijay Uni has to depart for 12, 161 for 4.
Syed Ramli to the crease at number 6. Malaysia have just got themselves into a spot of bother since the departure of the captain, who was picked up by Sandeep Lamachani. Not his 100th ODI wicket yet, because remember, this is a List A game, not a full one-day international. Malaysia don't have the status to make it such. Since that wicket fell, nothing's really gone right for Malaysia, and Nepal have battled back admirably. It felt like a bit of a sleepy start today on a number of fronts for all the teams involved, maybe a few nerves.
Yeah, it can be nerves for both the teams. A spot of bother here, Malaysia losing quick 3 wickets. First the captain and Virendeep Singh, and that's a good hit down to the boundary for 4 runs. A much needed boundary for Malaysia. Aziz moves to 7 of 10. 2 new batters at the crease for Malaysia. This is the last over of the second power play of the innings.
Flatter through the air, and that's hit out to one of Syed Aziz's strong zones. Loves the pull shot, will sweep as well. He's going to be the key. Nepal can get him, they might be thinking of under 220. If Aziz gets going though, 250 plus very much on the cards.
Yes, and Ramli should give company to him. Nicely bowled, beautiful delivery by Lalit.
Well, that is a beauty. Maybe the delivery of the innings, in fact, even though it didn't pick up a wicket. Look, turn and bounce. Though Asif Sheikh's glove work was a little messy. Angled in, dipping and then turning away. The DDT. Drift, dip and turn. That's what we're talking about. 40 bowled, 10 to go. Into power play 3. It's 167 for 4. Gorgeous drone shot from a bird's eye view right above the ground as we signal the third and final power play entered. Now 5 fielders allowed outside the circle, and Rohit Paudel choosing to use all of those as Sampal Kami continues. That is classic Syed Aziz. Gorgeous shot. Angled in, flicked away. Almost as though a switch flicks when it goes into the last 10 overs, into the death overs. Problems have continued to abound for Nepal, and Aziz looks to capitalise upon that. That's a gorgeous stroke for 4.
Yes, it was, and it was right on slot there by Sompal Kami. Very full. Was trying to bowl a Yorker there, missed it by 6 or 9 inches. And Aziz smashed that down to long on for a boundary.
Yeah, there's no doubt the Nepali rhinos, the Gorkhalis, the cardiac kids, whatever you want to call them, they know there's a problem. They know that there is a problem with their death bowling. And they have to find a way to keep things tighter at the end. No Karen KC today, he's not an option. I just wonder, is Dipender Singh Airi a genuine death bowling option for Rohit Paudel? You might not think an off-spinner as being a good option right at the death, but he's just such a clever bowler, and he gets his trajectories at the kind of point of release that make it difficult to get under. Think of Rohan Mustafa, who does this for UAE at the death as well. I just wonder, is he maybe one of the go-to bowlers here in the last 10, or is it going to be Sampal Kami and then Gulshan Jah?
Nicely guided to the third man region for single. Yeah, I think Dipender Singh Airi will be a good option in the death overs, because it's very difficult for him to get under the ball. He bowls very quick, straight towards the base of the stumps. Those deliveries are very hard to get under it.
Picked up again. Man out there and taken. Wanted to go much squarer, didn't he, Aziz? And it's the off cutter. I wonder, was that what Rohit Paudel and Sampal Kami were discussing? No big celebrations, relief as much as anything. Aziz is gone for an unlucky 13. Malaysia, they slide further. They're in trouble.
Yes, they are very smart bowling. Good captaincy by Rohit Paudel. That was an off cutter, as didn't hit the middle of the bat. Went straight to Rohit Paudel. He was stationed there by himself. A low catch taken by him. A relief for the Nepal side. Aziz gone for 13. Malaysia 173 for 5. Kizar Hyatt is the new man in at number 7. That was a leg cutter bowled by Sompal Kami. Straight to backward point. Kushal Bhurtel, the fielder. Again, 2 new batsmen in for Malaysia.
It's the last thing you want, isn't it? As you're approaching this third and final power play, you want to get the run rate going. Rohit Paudel's never going to drop that, is he? Very good fielder, getting himself into one of the key positions out at long on. And certainly Nepal in the ascendancy now in a big way. Can they close out the 9 overs that remain after this one? Dot ball to end the 41st. It's 173 for 5. See the fans getting back to filling the grass banks. We saw all the emotions and drama. I do have one little story for you as well, Paresh. I know you love a story. Maybe we'll save it for after this over. We'll leave everyone on tenterhooks. Watch Raj Banshi bowl his last. And it relates to that famous day last month, the quite incredible win over the UAE. Into the 10th and final over of his spell, Raj Banshi, he's a man who 2 months ago wasn't certain of his place even in the squad. He's now a banker in the starting 11.
Yes, he's done a terrific job after that injury. The knee injury that he had has come out very strong, and he's cemented his place in the squad, in the playing 11, and he's even bowled with a new ball in the last 2 matches he played here in this ground. Very well bowled, ball going with the arm, and nicely played by Hayat.
And the fans very much coming into things now. More and more will fill this ground as the afternoon progresses. And certainly right now Raj Banshi looks like a key performer in this bowling lineup. That's helped away. There's a man out there, so should just be a single. And Khizr Hayat will tend to favour the leg side, look to pick up big strokes towards cow corner in particular. But yeah, Raj Banshi's journey back from injury, it's been an inspirational one. It was such a bad knee injury he had. He's out of the game for, I think it was the best part of a year, wasn't it? There is a man out there as well, but going to pierce the gap. In fact, thought there was a man at cow. There's not. Deep backward square and long on are out, so Ramlee profits with a boundary.
Yes, that was a clever batting by Ramlee. A good shot into the vacant area for 4 runs. The ball slowly rolling towards the boundary line. Well bowled and equally well played by Ramlee for a single down to long off.
Yeah, he looks to me to be an absolute banker, maybe in all conditions now, Raj Banshi. And having that 4-prong spin attack is something that Rohit Paudel, I think, really enjoys having in these conditions. Batting order today is going to be an interesting thing for me. Will they continue? 34 into the 42nd over. There's the flags of all 10 competing teams. Managed to nail these without looking last night. Can I do it again? Let's have a look. In Group A, what have we got? We've got these 2 teams. That's easy. Easy to remember those 2. That's Nepal and Malaysia. They're joined by Oman, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. They came through the Challenge Cup, the qualifier. And then in Group B, UAE, highest ranked team. Kuwait, Singapore, Hong Kong, and the qualifiers Bahrain. As Sandeep Lamachani returns and is helped around the corner for 4. It's a poor delivery. Real drag down. Actually saw the UAE just going through their training in the background there. That's where that ball was hit out towards. A boundary to start Lamachani's final spell with.
Yeah, that was a very poor delivery by Lamachani. A long hop. Equally well dealt by the batsman there, Hayat. Better.
Brilliant googly, right out of the back of the hand. It spun sharply back in to the right-hander. Definite inside edge though is saved Khizr Hayat. I'm not sure he picked it from the line that he played. It was sort of a tentative prod here. Look, the googly there. Sharp turn back in. Yeah, maybe an inside edge. Bit of height issue as well. Back live now. And it's a missed stumping. Asif Sheikh doesn't make any purchase with his gloves. He can't cling on, neither can Arif Sheikh. And he'd given up for all money, but the end result will be 4 byes instead of the wicket.
Yes, that was very smartly bowled by Lamichhani. A googly and then a leg spinner. The two brothers beaten. Ends up a boundary, 4 byes. Sandeep Lamichhani is not impressed from his keeper there. The slip is very fine. Another googly. Straight to deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, you're going to see it here from the fixed camera. Not easy, because Asif Sheikh will have been unsighted. And it was the sharp turn that went away from Hayat that made it very sharp chance. That's where you do your drills as a keeper. You want to open up your right hand side. Talk about forming a K shape, don't you, as a keeper, to try and take those sharp chances. Closes out with the googly. That'll end the 43rd over. I'll bid Paresh Lahani farewell for the moment. Welcome back, Sharad. Score now is 193 for 5.
Good story for you.
Dipender Singh Airi to bowl. Maybe this new role for him. He could be one of the death options. So welcome back, Sharad Basakar. Is this a genuine option, Dipender Singh Airi at the death?
Well, he does dart the ball in, doesn't give much air. Well, with all the death options they had used before in previous tournaments, I think they're trying to do something different. Probably in the practice sessions, they had given this role to him. Probably could be a good option. Time will tell. He is a smart operator, though.
Something you've done quite a lot of bowl off spin from around the wicket to right-handers. Seen you do it in the shorter formats in T20 cricket. I think you're a bit more of a classical off spinner, as we just about see Gulshan Jah keep this inside. Dipender Singh Airi a little bit more unorthodox. How do you restrict the runs, though? What are you trying to do as an off spinner around the wicket?
The angle that you create from around the wicket, it's not easy to hit, you know, like the options get limited unless just dance down the track and hit the bowler around the mid wicket and long on region. The best option would be to not be predictable with his line, Dipendra. He tends to change his lines. Right now you can see he's just bowling the middle leg region. Nicely flicked there by Khizr for a single again. And with it's the 44th over done. Malaysia are 197 for 5.
6 overs left, and Sandy Plamachani will bowl the 45th. Great to be bringing you these pictures around the world. You're watching day one of the ACC Men's Premier Cup. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. Me, Andrew Leonard, joined by one of Nepal's best, Sharad Visakar, who's hoping for another wicket here, put down. Struck that 40-odd ball 100 at this ground. Down the ground and all the way for 6. That's the variation that Lamachani's been working on, which is just it's a medium pacer. It was good enough for George Munsey during the Cricket World Cup League 2 series, bowled him around his legs, but this was just bowled into the slot. The buffet ball hit away all the way for 6.
Yeah, just a straight hit there by Khizar, a strong one. Good option. Ball coming onto the bat. It's the over done with a dot ball. 45th done. Malaysia are 207 for 5.
Five remain, and a big test of Nepal's death bowling, which has had such issues over that remarkable run in Cricket World Cup League 2. It's maybe been the only sort of Achilles heel of the team through those 11 victories in 12 games. Everything else seems to have gone their way.
Yes, they have been in great form, the team, but just the thing in cricket they call the law of averages. You never know what happens next. Nepal team certainly looking in great form. Hope they can continue. But with the Asian teams all around, you never know. A very good stop there by Bhim in the cover region. These are Hayat showing some good intent here.
Yeah, and I think this is clearly been the result of the couple of weeks of training camp and how things have gone. They've said Dipender Singh Airi is the man to go to at the death here. He's the one they're going to turn to. They don't have the express pace really. Even Gulshan Jazz not that quick. So they're going to have to look at an alternative option, and that option is Dipender Singh Airi, who nearly has a run out with Bim Sharkey unable to effect a direct hit. End of the 46th over even. Malaysia 209 for 5. So 4 overs left for Malaysia to get up to something of a defendable total. They'll be looking for probably 250 ideally from here. 10 and over would get them up to that if they can only manage 6 and over 233, 8 and over 240. They'll want more than that. Current run rate just 4.5. Sampal Kami goes to cutters immediately. Okay, Sharon, I promised Paresh a story. I'm going to bore you with this one now. It's actually a really good one. A month ago, almost to the day, we had 30,000 people at this ground, didn't we? You were here. UAE posted 310 for 6 from their 50 overs. Asif Khan, 101 not out off 42 balls. He destroyed the death bowling of Nepal. It felt like the game was gone, particularly when Nepal were 31 for 3. And then somehow, I'm still trying to calculate how, a month on, I don't know how they did it. This one's hit down the ground. Taken. The cutters do work. And pace off works, and Bim Sharkey has a big role to play in that wicket as Hayat's rather rudimentary efforts with the bat come up short, and Kami has his second wicket.
Yeah, nice change of pace, off cutter. Didn't get it right off the bat, middle of the bat, Hayat, and a smart catch taken there by Bhim. Good running catch there by Bhim. Doesn't he cover a lot of ground? Heezer Hayat goes for 22.
209 for 6.
209 for 6.
Fitri Sham to the crease in at number 8. Yeah, so a month ago, Sharad, we had those incredible scenes of 30,000 people here and the drama of Duckworth Lewis Stern coming into play with UAE not bowling their overs in time, and really for the only point of the match, or the point of the chase anyway, that Nepal were ahead. They went off for bad light with Nepal ahead by 9 runs on Duckworth Lewis, and the emotions of that day were remarkable, but probably the best part of it for associate Nepali cricket. Bowled him. Oh, it's a beauty. Around the wicket, it's curved, it's dipped. It might have been a knuckle ball. Something that Kami's clearly been working on. He's on a hat-trick. Middle stump is rocked back and the crowd roar.
Wow, it was a curving Yorker. Maybe a knuckle ball. Rightly said by Andrew. And Fitri Sham goes for the first ball duck. Can see there in the replay, it was an off cutter. Just dipped in the air. And Fitri Sham trying to clip it off the legs. Missed it and bullseye.
Sirizul Idrus comes in. He's going to have to face up to a hat-trick ball. A real special delivery, that previous one. Thought it might have been a knuckleball. Looked like an off-cutter actually on the replay. Swung in like a banana and completely deceived the left-hander. 2-2. Can he make it 3-3? Join the list of Sandeep Lamachani and others who've got hat-tricks for their country. Here we go. Oh, it was full enough, it was straight enough, but an inside edge is going to race away for a boundary. 4 to the total.
Yeah, close one. Sazrul getting his first boundary. Sompal looking for his first hat-trick in ODI cricket, not to be. He's got a nice haircut, Sompal. It's working for him.
I'll tell you who else is a nice haircut. The man to my left, the man you just heard, Jared Vasaker. Get onto Twitter to have a look at that. It is outstanding. Nearly the full-on mohawk, I'm going to call it. Looking fit and trim and happy, my friend. It's great to see you. Great to have you with us in the commentary box here. And that's that banana ball again.
Always a pleasure to be with you, Lenny.
I'm not sure if I'm going to get to the finish of this story, but I promise you, over the course of the last few hours, I will tell it. So we had all those scenes, right? We had the incredible scenes of the 30 days. And I just want to give you a sense as to how much attention that picked up around the world. You're going to have to wait for the next over for me to tell you why. But it was quite remarkable. Every single place I've been since then, everyone has asked me, what was it like? Were there really that many people there? Surely they weren't all the way up in the trees. Were they queuing since 7 a.m? Yes, they were, I said. And in Bangladesh, in Ireland, in England, where I've been since then, it has picked up so much attention. Get to the end of that over. 47 bowled, 2 wickets in it. It's 2-1-3 for 7. So 3 overs remain. Dipender Singh Ariel bowled the third last. But this will just give you a sense, Sharad, as to how much attention this picked up. I departed Kathmandu and went straight to Bangladesh. Plenty of the Bangladeshi players, they have some knowledge of Nepali cricket. Tammy Mikpal in particular saw me, who played here in the Everest Premier League. And he said he watched the whole game, he thought it was unbelievable, loved it. So that was impressive enough. Thought that was pretty good. And then I got in to see all the Irish players. Irish players the same, they all follow where I am in the world. Long-standing friends, tight-knit Irish community. They said, God, it looked unbelievable. This next one, though, I wasn't expecting. Flying back home to Europe from Bangladesh, I had to go through Mumbai. It was the only way I could get home. And I caught up with an old friend, a guy called Scott Starris, who played cricket for New Zealand. He's there commentating in the IPL for Star Sports. As this one's helped away, should just be one. Little did I know when I caught up with him for the few, I was just in transit, 5 or 6 hours there, caught up with him at his hotel. Would he bring Owen Morgan, Graham Swan, Christopher Henry Gale, O.A. Shah and Brett Lee down with me for a drink and a catch-up? And every single one of them, even the great Chris Gale, said that he'd seen the videos on social media, and he said he wants to come back to Nepal. He was arranged to come here for the Everest Premier League. That never happened, doesn't he? But that shows you the scale of interest and the power of social media, really, and the images of 30,000 people here in Nepal around this brilliant cricket ground. Every single cricketer in the world saw it, wanted to know about it, loved it, and thought it was brilliant for the game. That's great to see.
That's lovely. I mean, with the greats of the game following about Nepali cricket, it's so good to hear about this, Lenny. And you representing Nepal, everyone is questioning you. When are you buying a house in Nepal?
That's the big question. I think I need to find a partner first. I'll stay single for the moment, as we do see a single. Good diving effort from, I think it was Kushal Mala in the deep to keep it to just one. It didn't carry for me. I think he's done well to cut off the boundary here. Yeah, hasn't carried, and he cleverly gets his arms down on it to get us to the end of the 48th over. It's 2-on-7 for 7. Two overs left. Sampal Kami to bowl his 9th. And this is picked up into the leg side, picked up very strongly. Going to go all the way for 6. That's the trouble with this ground. If you get it just slightly wrong, you're going to be punished. And Sarazul Idris gets a big hit all the way for 6, just over the rope.
Much needed runs for Malaysia. The right time is that hitting that nicely over the mid-wicket region. Idris, beg your pardon.
There's clearly been some work done over the last month. We're getting the full repertoire. That one's out of the back of the hand. You can see the batter indicating it there. So the eyes will have lit up at first because it will have appeared as though it was going to be a full toss. Then it's dipped late and beats the attempted stroke. Good skills being shown here by Sampal Kami. Doesn't surprise me at all that Nepal have identified one of their weaknesses, one of their few weaknesses from the month of cricket last month, and worked hard on it. Now it's the off-cutter. All the tricks of the trade from Kami.
Nice variations shown by Sompal. He always had that off-cutter and the back of the hand slower ball in his repertoire, but it's the right time to use it. And hasn't it been effective for him and the team? Most impressively, on those slower balls, the dip he is getting, making it even tougher.
The action heating up on day one here. Malaysia are going to be so disappointed with where they have got to, given the platform that they were given by Virendeep Singh and their captain Ahmed Faiz, who batted so impressively. But since Faiz's dismissal, it's been a collapse. It really has. Got to do well to get to 240 from here, really. Kami now goes to the full pace Yorker. At one point, Jared, they were 141 for 1. They will get through for an overthrow. But to limp to what, 230, 240 from there, very disappointing for Malaysia.
Yeah, after that big partnership between Fayaz and Virendeep, Malaysia really haven't been able to build a strong partnership to get a big total. Constant fall of wickets have always restricted the score.
Yeah, 116 runs, those two put on for the second wicket. Since that second wicket fell on 138, it's been pretty turgid, slow going, despite a few little efforts from Syed Aziz et al. As Malaysia have just 6 balls remaining now, 226 for 7. So the final over the first innings, game number 1 this, the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. 2 games in progress though at the same time. Will each group game day that is, have 1 match in Group A and 1 match in Group B. The action over at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium is between Singapore and Hong Kong. Singapore bowled out for 174 despite 49 from their captain Richard Dutta. And the grand old man Isan Khan just keeps doing it, the off spinner. A very wily bowler. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 24. Brilliant figures those. Lamachani to bowl the 50th and final over as this is helped into the deep. Not going to go all the way to Dipender Singh Airi, and they won't get back for the second despite the fumble. Surprised not to see Dipender Singh Airi close it out. He's been very economical.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, the captain wanting to finish Sandeep Lamachani's over. The ball going away from the batter. And the big leg side boundary. It's a decent option to go with Sandeep as well.
That's where they're targeting, the bigger side of the ground. We know that Sandeep Lamachani loves taking wickets. He'll be seeing this as a chance to pick up 1 or 2 more. I was just surprised not to see Airi close things out, as he looks like a good option at the death. 6 overs, none for 24 for him. Economical as always today. It's a work in progress, this at the death. Only 5 overs today for Jah. He might be used another day. As that's picked up all the way, where Kushal Malla does brilliantly well to save 6. If he'd held on to it, it would have carried his weight over the rope. It would have been a maximum. Instead, it's just 1 run to the total. I think that's pretty clean and clever work by Kushal Malla at long off.
Yeah, that was a very strong hit on the back foot. This umpires are definitely going to check that if the fielder has touched the rope while catching the ball. And it seems it's a tight call. Did a decent job, Kushal Malla, to throw it back.
Yeah, the question will be, did his left leg, his back leg, as he planted that, maybe come into contact with those advertising cushions or not? We do have the ability to boundary check, so our third umpire, Vinod Babu of Oman, is having a look. He'll be in communication with the umpires on field. One more look at it here. It looks very tight, doesn't it? The back leg, which is the left leg of Malla. Mala's judged it brilliantly well to even try and keep this in, but that back leg, does it touch the rope? Maybe not. Very athletic. These players, they practice this now regularly. You see them almost do it routinely. It's not easy.
Yeah, I think Kushal has done a really good job there. Umpire still waiting for the call.
Yeah, I think it'll be given as a single. There's not enough evidence to give that as a maximum, surely. Very tight, no doubt, but best couple of angles that we have are these two. And with this one here, for me, it's not my decision. It's Vinod Babu's, but I don't think there's clear evidence that his foot is in contact with the rope whilst he has the ball in his hands. That's why he's flicked it back in. Well, he's going to be given a 6. Very marginal. The umpire's decided it's going to go all the way for a maximum, and Lamachani none too pleased by that.
Yeah, a decent effort there by Malla, but 6 more runs for Malaysia. 3 balls to go.
Means that Idris retains the strike as well. Tossed up very teasingly. Idris doesn't look like he's got enough of this. All he can do is pick out Dipender Singh Airi. Lamachani loves taking wickets. There's another to his name. No great celebration. It's not an ODI, remember. Has to wait for number 100 in that format. It's a list A 50 over game. But Lamachani sees the back of Idris after being hit for a maximum.
Yeah, Idris trying to give it a big heave. Getting height rather than distance. And he goes for 21 of 13 balls. A decent little innings. Malaysia are 2-2, 3-4 for 8.
Here's Mohamed Wafiq. Very impressive left arm, quick. Be one of the quicker bowlers in the tournament. Very athletic. Try to club a few here from the final 2 deliveries. Suspect it'll be the googly around the wicket from Lamachani. He'll take it away. We're going to bowl an off break, in fact. And Wafiq, happy to help it away for one. Seen the licorice all sorts from Lamachani today.
That was kind of a surprise for us as well. Yeah, probably he's doing something different, being unpredictable. And here comes the last ball.
Hit high, handsome, and taken. Right on the rope, Kushal Patel takes a good catch. So Lamachani has 2 wickets in the final over, despite going for that maximum. Gives him 3 for 48 from his 10. And Malaysia, they've really tailed away poorly to finish with 235 for 9. Good catch this, simple one. It may have been, but very well judged by Kushal Patel.
Yeah, easily taken there by Patel. Malaysia's innings comes to an end. Yeah, they're just checking the no ball probably, or no, actually they're going back. A decent effort by Malaysia. Nepal doing well to restrict them for 235. Should be a good, interesting chase. Andrew?
Yeah, I suppose having won the toss, though, making first use of what's looked like a very good batting surface. And from that position of 138 for 1, they're going to be so disappointed to have added less than 100 runs to that total. And Nepal really satisfied with their day's work. They were staring down probably 270, 280 at one point there, maybe even a bit more, but their bowlers have dragged it back brilliantly. Lalit Rajbanshi, probably the pick of them for me with 2 for 34, but 3 wickets for Sampal Kami and Sandeep Lamachani. Kami in particular, given all the problems with the death bowling, big asset, the fact that he bowled so well and showed such variation. And certainly Nepal, the happier the 2 sides as the curators go about their work. Here's the batting card. 76 for Ahmed Faiz, the pick. The problem for Virendeep Singh, really good anchor innings to start with, but he just got out at the key time. The wrong time, that is, for Malaysia. Quick look at the bowling card as well. Wicket for Gulshan Jah, and then 3 for Kami and Lamachani, 2 for Lalit Rajbanshi. As that will get us to the halfway stage of our coverage. We are going to take a break here in the commentary box. Back with all the action inside 30 minutes time. Nepal, they are going to need 236 runs to win.
Hello, ambience mic. यो त अब के गर्नुहुन्छ र यसलाई हेलो ambience mic हावा त लागिरहेछ
Welcome back after the lunch break. Good afternoon, all the viewers. The two umpires are into the ground. It was a decent performance by Malaysia to score 235 runs in 50 overs. The opening batters of Nepal, Asif Sheikh and Kushal Bhurtel, are ready to go. I'd like to invite Sharad Vesakar in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Sharad.
Good afternoon, Paresh, and all the viewers joining us live. Will be a very interesting chase. Although the wicket looks flat, Nepal would be looking for a very good start with these two informed batsmen. It will be a very interesting power play.
Yes, the target for Nepal is 236 in 50 overs, a touch under 5 runs per over. The two batters are in the centre, Kushal Bhurtel and Asif Sheikh, the keeper batsman for Nepal. Last month he scored his maiden ODI ton, and even Kushal Bhurtel scored his maiden ODI ton the month before that.
Yes, and his partner Asif Sheikh in equally good form. The most talented batters in Nepal right now. Be a very, very interesting chase with these two in form. Malaysia would be looking to pick up that early wicket, and to start off from the Chobar end, it's Wafiq, is a left hand medium fast bowler, has decent pace, swings it with the new ball.
Yeah, for Malaysia to defend this total, they'll have to take wickets in the first power play, a wicket or two to put pressure on Nepal. Wafiq Irfan, left arm fast. Sharad, you must have seen him. I haven't seen him. Tell me about this bowler.
Yeah, he'd been here before in the tri-series played among Nepal, Netherlands and Malaysia. That happened after the COVID 2021. Was also part of the friendly series against I think Zimbabwe, Nepal and Malaysia it is, if I'm not sure. Let's check on that, but he's been a regular member of the Malaysian cricket team and a very good medium pacer. Would be looking to strike early. Left arm seamers are always a dangerous option. The ball coming in. It'll be interesting to see how much swing he gets early on.
The first ball of the second innings. Starts off with a wide, down to the leg side. There was slightly hint of a shape, but the line was wrong. He should have started on off stump and then ended up on the middle leg.
Decent long run up, decent crowd in for the first day. Not as such as the last time Nepal played here, when we had around 30,000 crowd, 30,000 people, but first day of the tournament. Lifts us down leg side onto the pads. Single taken, leg by given.
Yeah, I think Kushal was hurried by the pace there. It struck the thigh pad and a single taken by Kushal runs to be scored off the bat, yet 2 extras in the first 2 balls. First was a wide and the second one a leg by. Looks to have a bit of pace. Irfan, 2 slips, point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Oh, nicely bowled outside off stump.
Very good ball by Wafiq. Probably moved away from the batter. Looks a very good rhythmic bowler, Mohammad Wafiq. Tall in stature, decent run up.
Nicely clipped off his pads, but straight to the fielder at long leg. A single taken by Asif Sheikh and opens his account. It looks like a belter of a track, a batting paradise this. This is the particular wicket that Nepal chased the highest ODI target and even posted the highest ODI total a couple of months ago. Nicely bowled, stump to stump, nicely defended by Kushal.
Yeah, in the first innings, we couldn't see much of a swing for Ish, but the slight breeze being blown across the ground, maybe the new ball can do a bit than the first innings. Nothing sort of a big swing seen till now, but it'll be interesting to see when the ball is pitched up, how much swing does he get.
Down the leg side again, very wide this time. He's struggling to get his line right. His rhythm looks okay, but his line is not right at the moment. He's bowling either side of the wicket.
Yeah, probably trying to bang it in the wicket, but straying down the leg side. Another wide.
Nicely clipped off his pads, but straight to fine leg. You can see there the ball is nicely coming onto the bat. You can play it on the up. It's a batting paradise. The sun is out. A bit warm in the middle.
Yeah. Post-lunch session, batting is always been easier in the TU International Stadium. Nepal would be looking to take advantage of this first hour after the lunch break, which is the best time to bat, I believe. And Asif's gone. He's chipped it straight to the bowler. Probably the ball getting stuck into the wicket a bit. Asif not expecting that. Just playing a half shot. Tried to defend it. Tried to punch it at first, but then mistimed it straight to the bowler.
Yes, I think the ball held to the batsman, stopped on the batsman. That is why it got his top half of the bat. Asif has to depart for 1. Nepal 5 for 1.
Could see slight puff of dust there after the ball pitching. Probably the the pitch getting drier after the strong sunshine. Not good signs for Nepal. Early wicket for Malaysia. And it's an interesting change in the batting order. Bhim Sarki comes in number 3.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. He's a very good batsman. He's a very good strike rotator. He maneuvers the ball around, just gets in, takes his time, ends up in a runnable state. I think this is a very good move by the head coach Monty Desai to send in Bhim Sarki at number 3.
Bhim Sarki has played 9 matches till now. Scored 261 runs for his team with an average of 37, 81 strike rate. Plays for the army team in the domestic tournaments in Nepal. Not surprised to see him walking at number 3 as he plays for the army team in number 3 as well, Parish.
Yeah, Rizwan Haider is the new bowler for Malaysia from the pavilion and taking the second new ball. Left arm. Unusual action, but starts right on the money.
Yeah, straight away starting round the wicket. Left arm medium pace. Started off well. Kushal Bhurtel on strike. Would be looking to play his natural game. Rizwan bowling it short of the length into the batsman. Bhurtel looking to cut it but getting no room. Dabbing it down to the third man region for another run.
That was a very sharp short ball by Rizwan, bowling into the right-hander. Bhurtel didn't have any clue of that, just guiding that down to third man. It was up in the air, but into the vacant area. A good start for Rizwan here. He's bowling that hard lengths, heavy lengths. I think he has that a bit of pace as well. Again, getting the ball into the right-hander. This is good bowling by him.
Yeah, Rizwan debuting from Malaysia just last year in December. First list team match was against Denmark in December. Has taken 12 wickets in 4 matches. Looks quite impressive. Decent average of 11 only. Be interesting to see how he goes.
Oh, there was a bit of a bounce there for the bowler. Bhim Sarki, it was too close to him to cut the ball. A good start here by Rizwan.
Looks a seasoned campaigner till now, Rizwan Haider. He's 36 years of age. Getting that angle coming in from round the wicket. Seems to have good pace as well. Hits it hard into the wicket.
Nicely bowled again into the body of the right-hander. Bhim Sarki played that well, guiding them down to third man for a single. A very cautious start by Nepali batsman. A wicket down already. Asif Sheikh, the ball stopped on him. And it was a smart catch taken by the bowler. A return catch.
It was a very good catch taken by Wafiq on his own bowling. It's never easy for a fast bowler to react, take a catch on his own bowling.
The first poor delivery bowled by Rizwan down to the leg side. The ball angling into the right-hander, bowling round the wicket, the left-hander. Look at this again. Trying to do too much. Getting his line wrong there.
Very interesting tactics by Malaysia. straight away the left armer coming round the wicket, probably trying to tug in the batsmen. The Nepali batsman like room outside the off stump. Just short balled by Rizwan and nicely placed, nicely pulled there by Kushal.
Yeah, Kushal right on top of the bounce, pulling that ball down to deep square leg for a boundary. After 2, Nepal are 12 for 1. Irfan to continue from the Chobar end. Outside off stump, angling the ball away from the right-hander. It was missed by Bhim Sarki. Wanted to cut that ball. The ball was not close to cut. A good passage of play here. The first power play of the second innings. Nepal off to a good start, but lost that wicket of Asif Sheikh.
Yeah, cautious start here by Nepal. Nothing extravagant. Got some swing there, Wafiq. A big shout there by the bowler. Seemed to be a touch high to my liking. Umpire had a good strong look. The replay you can see probably pitched around leg stump. Hit him above the knee roll. Probably a touch high, Paresh.
Yeah, I think so. That is why the umpire was unmoved there. I think that would have missed the off stump. It was touch high. Nevertheless, it was a very good delivery by Irfan, creating all sorts of trouble to Bhim Sarki.
Ball just coming, jagging back in after pitching for Wafiq. Oh, a sharp shot one there by Wafiq. Hit straight in the chest of Bhim.
Good aggression shown by Irfan. A very sharp short ball, bending his back. Hit Bhim Sarki on his right chest. Good aggression shown. I like this.
Equally nicely played by Bhim as well, keeping his hands down. No risk. Letting the ball hit his body. That must wake up Bhim a little bit.
Again, well bowled. Good channel here by Irfan. I must say Malaysia is right on top, putting pressure on these two batsmen, especially Bhim Sarki, who's played 7 deliveries just for a single.
Wafiq looking very, very impressive here. Is putting real good effort, bending his back. Not giving anything away. Wafiq after picking his first wicket in the first over, would be very confident as well.
Nicely flicked away off his pads, but straight to fine leg. This is what Bhim Sarki does. He just maneuvers the ball around, takes the single, rotates the strike. Like I said, this is a very good move by the head coach Monty Desai to send him at number 3. He always bats in the middle order. Now he has that opportunity to score runs. He has done that before in the final game against UAE in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. He scored a half century to get his home through. Nicely flicked, but straight to mid wicket. After 3, Nepal 13 for 1. not much to say in the batting carriage, just the fourth over, the start of the fourth over. Purtel not out on 6 and Beam not out on 2. Rizwan doing a good job here. Slightly slower, he wanted to swing the ball into the right-hander. Nicely played by Bhim Sarki just for a single.
Saraki is very good at rotating the strike. He's a very busy player in the crease. Good runner between the wickets. Both of these lads, Burtel and Bhim Sarki, are very, very fit. They run very, very good among the wickets as well. There we can see a quick single taken. Played with soft hands, Kushal.
Yeah, this is what Bhim Sarki does. Runs very quick in between the wickets. That was a single stolen from the fielder's hand. Good running.
With fielders around the 30-yard circle, you would expect them to run like this between the wickets too.
Cut that away, but straight to wide. Third man for a single. A good shot, just ending up for a single. Was right on top of the bounce. Played it down on the ground. Rolled his wrist.
Looks a very skiddy customer, Rizwan. Can see a lot of balls being played down the third man region. It's not an easy shot to play, Paris, when the ball is coming in actually to play around the third man. Nicely driven there by Kushal. Probably a slower ball by Rizwan. Early variation shown by him too. Probably not trying to be predictable in this flat wicket, which is the right way to go.
Yeah, good change of pace by Rizwan there. Burtel didn't have the timing right. The ball came a bit slower than expected. A good change of pace by Rizwan. Good bowling. Nicely bowled again. Right on the money.
Definitely a bowling plan there, Paresh. You can see him tugging these batsmen up. They're just trying to bowl it on the stumps. Angle it in. Probably just keeping it back of the length, as there's no swing in offer till now. They're just right on the spot for the start.
It's too early to say this, but he's bowling in a very good line and length, Rizwan. I think the batters should bat outside the crease to cover the angle. Nicely bowled, a slower ball again. Guided down to the third man region for single.
It's 4 overs done and Nepal are 17 for 1.
There's a change in the field for Irfan. The slips comes to the short mid. Inside edge, running down to the boundary for 4 runs. Lucky boundary for Kushal Burtel.
Probably it was a little risky shot there by Kushal. The ball coming in sharply. There was very little width to play with. Inside edging it, luckily went past the stumps above the head of the keeper for 4 runs.
I think the ball skidded into him and he didn't have that time to go back to the back foot. He played it on the front foot. That is why he got the inside edge. Lucky didn't go to the stumps. Went for a boundary over the keeper's head. Nicely pulled. Fine. Yet another boundary. Back-to-back boundary for Kushal Bhurtel. And look at the crowd. 21 for 1. 25 for 1 rather, Nepal in the 5th over. A good start for them.
Back-to-back boundaries coming in for Nepal. This would get some momentum going for Team Nepal. Yeah, Wafiq bowling right where Kushal Bhurtel likes it. Just short of down the leg side. He's tried to pull it. Bhurtel getting half of it and just guiding it towards the fine leg region. Fetching another 4.
Good over for Nepal, and that's timed very well, but no single taken. Good fielding there by Virendeep Singh.
It's Vijay Unni, probably. Yeah, a little uppishly played there by Kushal between the mid wicket and mid-on region. Probably the umpires checking in with the ball. The seam has been damaged. Probably a change of ball required. Stoppage in play.
Yeah, I think the ball is slightly stopping onto the batsman. If that's the case, then it's a problem for the Nepali batters because the ball was nicely coming onto the bat in the first innings for Malaysia, and the ball is getting changed here.
The ball getting scuffed up or getting damaged early is a sign of the dryness of this wicket, Paresh. But hopefully it will still be very good for batting. Haven't seen much of a change except the first wicket which fell for Team Nepal, in which Asif could see a puff of dust for a ball which was banged slightly back of the length. Definitely this pitch would be playing a bit differently than last month for us because of the summer season creeping in. More drier wickets, less rain around. What do you say, Paresh?
Yeah, definitely, because the summer is around. It will change. It'll get much drier, much slower as the tournament progresses. Nicely bowled, right on the money again. Irfan, a good comeback by Irfan after the first 2 deliveries that he bowled, went for a boundary.
Also very good to see, Paresh, the renovation work done in TU Cricket Ground with all walls being painted. You can see a fresh new look in the ground.
Coming down the track, bowling way outside the leg stump. Irfan given as a wide, rightfully so by the umpire. Now that is what Kushal Bhurtel does to a bowler. He just takes a step or 2 in front, just disturbing the line and length of the bowler. He was successful in doing so, creating a wide. Yet again another wide. It was down the leg side. The bowler thought that there was something in that ball, either brushed the trouser or the thigh pad, but the umpire said no, it's a wide.
Wafiq is really bowling in the strong zone of Kushal where he likes it. short and on the leg stump. That's where Kushal Bhurtel is strong.
Third wide in a row. A hat-trick of wides by Irfan. Very ordinary bowling effort by him. After taking that first wicket of Asif Sheikh, this over has been very ordinary.
Probably he was trying for a slower bouncer there, Rafiq, early on. Variations are important, but discipline in bowling is equally important, Paresh. Can't give anything easy to the opponents.
A good comeback ball by him right on the middle stump. Nicely defended by Bhurtel. He just defended on a walk there, Bhurtel. That shows that wicket is not as much flat as it was in the first innings. Stopping a bit because of the dry weather here.
Yes, still it should be an easy chase for Nepal if they have wickets in hand and the main batsmen step up and play their natural game. They have been brought in. What a big shot that was by Kushal. Flicked off his leg for a huge six. Cleared the ropes easily.
That is what Bhurtel does to a bad delivery. Nice pickup shot down to mid-wicket for a six. Look at that. Got the height, got the distance as well. A big one into the grass banks. A good way to end the over. A very expensive over by Irfan. Nepal after 5, 34 for 1. A big over for Nepal. The last over, Irfan bowled the 5th over of the innings. Rizwan Haider nicely bowled, angling into the right-hander. Abhim Sarki had no clue about that ball.
Yeah, Rizwan coming round the wicket, wide of the crease. It'll be very difficult to get that LBW. The ball you can see clearly going down the leg side, the keeper moving down the leg side. It does give an impression that the ball was clearly missing the stumps.
Nicely bowled again, not giving whatsoever room to the batsman, bowling it stump to stump. Abhim Sarki a bit on a baller in the centre there, played already 12 balls for 4 runs, whereas Kushal Bhurtel a massive 6 the last over, 22 of 17. Nicely played and good running. The fielder was very deep in the 30-yard circle and was caught on his heels there. That is why Abhim Sarki was able to take that single, and he's very quick in between the wickets.
You can see Bhim presenting the full face of the bat. So that's the right way to go. The best option against that angle coming in. And this slow wicket getting slower, that's the best option to go early. Nicely caught that around the point region again by Kushal. Kushal getting a move on here now. Getting boundaries one after another. Moves to 26.
That was very well timed by Kushal Bhurtel. Look at that. Played it very late into the gap. A good shot. Beating the third man fielder. Very well done. A neat touch, I must say. Played it very late.
Used the pace of Rizwan. Got that bit he needed. Probably a slight change of pace there by Malaysia. Looking to bowl stump to Kushal. Nicely defended.
Any width outside the off stump or angling to the leg side, Kushal Bhutel will pounce on it. Again a slower ball. Good running between the wickets by these two batsmen. After 6, Nepal 40 for 1.
That's some bowling change, left arm around.
Fitri Sham is the new bowler from the Chobar end. The left arm orthodox. Because Irfan was smashed all around the park by Kushal Bhutel. That is why he's off from the bowling. And the spinner has been introduced in the 7th over.
I believe it's a good change for Malaysia. Experienced captain that Fayaz is. He's reading the conditions well.
Full toss and equally well dealt with by Kushal Bhutel. Down to long on for one bounce boundary. He's dealing in boundaries at the moment, Kushal Bhutel. That was a juicy full toss. The first ball just a loosener by Fitri.
Rank loose ball there by Fitri Sham. Straight away pressure on the bowler. Clean, neat hit by Kushal. He won't miss on those.
Another good hit. This is gone for a maximum. Beautiful pickup shot by Kushal Bhutel. He's in the mood. He's dealing in boundaries and sixes at the moment.
See the loud cheer in the crowd. Aren't they excited? Boundaries coming in. Kushal Bhutel picking the right option. Pitched up. The the mid-on fielder in the right option to go. 6 clean runs.
Yeah, playing across the spin. Now there's a fielding change. The mid-on fielder goes back to long on. And there's a long off. The two boundary riders in the first power play inside 10 overs. Nicely played. Good stop.
Square driven there by Bhutel. Smacking it well, isn't he? You can listen to the crack of the bat in the commentary box as well, Paresh.
Yeah, the sweet sound, the ball hitting the middle of the bat. Nicely driven down the ground by Bhutel for a single. A good start for Nepal here. 51 already in the 7th over. Just losing the wicket in the first over.
Nicely punched down the ground by Bheem again for a single. Partnering well to Kushal. Boundaries coming, singles being rotating easily. Being rotated.
The ball stopped a bit. He was eyeing that backward point region, Kushal Bhutel. A dot ball to end the 7th over. Nepal 52 for 1.
Yes, good afternoon, Lenny. Welcome back again.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jared. Hello, everyone. How are we? Game number 1 here, and already Nepal are showing why, particularly on home soil, they are going to be such a formidable force. There's been signs of Kushal Bertel's progression as a batter, his maturity. I think in previous days, even though he's striking at nearly 150, he might have found a way to get out here, but he's picking his options in a much stronger manner. And we've seen him play innings where his strike rate is 60 or 70 to start with. He's always going to be a bit of a dasher. He's got that natural attacking instinct. He comes from his T20 cricket. But look at the maturity. Historically, maybe he'd have hit that up into the air, find a way to give a chance. Instead, he knows how to bat long. He has that maiden ODI century to his name.
Yes, you can see by his stats he's played 36 ODIs till now with an average of 22, which he would like to improve. Impressive average of 81. Just scored 100 in the last series. Be very confident coming on to this series as well.
I think this is something that Monty Desai and all the selection panel, of Can, and everyone involved in the senior echelons deserves great credit for. Sometimes you can look at the numbers, the raw numbers. It's the easiest thing to do in the world, isn't it? To just click onto the Cricinfo profile and say, oh, well, Kushal Mala's only averaging 18. Why would we pick him? He's a much better cricketer than that. To be a good selector, you need to be able to spot potential and reward it when it's ready. And Kushal Mala is someone they spotted very young. Made that famous 50 in his first innings. And then shortly afterwards he went through a bit of a dearth of form. I think the pandemic had a lot to do with that. Didn't get to play much cricket. And then he found himself out of the team at just 17 years of age. Easily could have been lost. But Monty Desai came back in, and after a really good Nepal T20, which Mala had, he said, I want this man in both of my teams, the T20 team and the white ball team. And you can see why. You have to look beyond those numbers. And sometimes as a coach that's not easy to do.
Absolutely, and being a left-hander, it's an added advantage to the team, where he can bowl a bit of left-arm or orthodox spin as well. And a decent fielder as well. He's improved a lot in his fielding as well. Was a lazy lad when he first came into the franchisee leagues, but now you can see him diving around, running hard to the ball. It's good to see.
Well, there's a saying, I don't know what it is, but he's got it. And that's what Kushal Mala has. Very special young cricketer. And I think it's a good move not to see him at 3. We'll see him back in the middle order where he's had such good reward in recent times. That's the end of the 8th over. Nepal off to a flying start. The 50's up. It's 53 for 1.
Okay, box better set up. Yes.
That's a bowling change. Right arm over.
What could that have been? 30? I thought they said 30 at first. Now we got 20 change. It's not the case. What's happening here?
Beautiful scene here at the TU International Cricket Ground, and a good healthy crowd has come in for a midweek morning afternoon we've ventured into now. And Vijay Oni is going to come in and bowl a few off breaks and starts right on the money. Probably what, 1,500, maybe 2,000 in, something like that. I was just up in the grass banks having a look around. It's very hot up there, Sharad. You only really get a sense as to where when you sit down on those grass banks. But a few of the fans were telling me there's been very little rain of any kind, and that's added to the heat and the humidity here in the valley.
Exactly. Also, the forest fire is not helping the cause. The heat being trapped in the valley of Kathmandu. That's raising the temperature as well.
And what Nepal are going to look to do is raise the temperature on the pitch. Tell us about young Bim Sharkey. I said 3 or 4 times during that Cricket World Cup League 2, it felt like to me, if Mala's not in the team, and right now Gyanendra Mala, he's in the squad but not in the starting 11, it felt to me as though Bim Sharkey is the one that should go in at number 3.
Yeah, probably that's the best option at the moment. Also, probably looking at this batting lineup, probably Monty, as you know, like Kushal is batting there as a aggressive batter there. We don't need Kushal Malla in top of the order. So probably that's the idea behind sending Bhim as a rotator of the strike and building up that partnership. And he's very flexible with his batting lineup, Monty, which you can see in the previous games. With 9th over done, Nepal are 53 for 1.
What we're talking about. So that's because then people are engaging to what we're saying, they're listening to us. They can see that it's a dot. They can see it's a sync. Everyone's watching. So that's a really good example of it there. Some guys at the top level don't even. Pulled, but straight to the man. The aggression of Bertel has proved his downfall, and it's Khizr Hayat who's taken an excellent catch, banged in by Rizwan. And Malaysia have found a way to get their man after that flying start. Bertel hit it at a very catchable height and straight to the, I think, is the man just in front of square leg, maybe mid wicket there.
A good sharp catch taken there by Khizr Hayat in the square leg. Sometimes your strength becomes your own downfall. Kushal Bhurtel very good with the pull shot. You can see just short. Gave it. Yeah, it was straight into the fielder's hands. Bhurtel again with a good start. Out for 38. Nepal are 53 for 2.
Center, please. Center? Yeah. That's the middle. Thank you.
Around the wicket, that angle maybe just cramping Bertel up for room a bit. You talk about playing a pull shot or a hook shot. The coach will tell you to pull from low to high if you're hitting it into the air, or high to low. He kind of did neither, and that's why he's paid the price. Call it square leg.
Exactly. Rightly said, Lenny. With 3 fielders inside the leg side, it would probably be a safer option to go from down to up. Probably trying to hit over the 30-yard circle would be a safer option. Nicely caught there by Rohit. Starts off with a boundary.
Well, Nepali fans are going to hope that that is a sign of 2 weeks to come from Rohit Kumar Paudel. He's so integral to this lineup. He's so important to Nepali cricket. His calm leadership and his peerless batting. I love watching him go about his work. It may look like a short wide one, but from his very first ball, just the same with a cut shot, he's cut from high to low, so he's got on top of the bounce, no risk at all, and a perfect start, 4 runs to his account. And he's such a stylish player. That innings of 95 not out against Scotland, I'm not sure if you're here for that one, Sherrod, but I'm sure you saw most of it, if not. Incredible.
That was one of the best innings I have seen by Rohit. And icing on the cake by finishing the game as well. Being the only responsible batter at the crease at that time with Karan Casey. Did the job done. Got the job done for his team. Another cut shot and easy 4 runs picked up again by Rohit. Rank bad ball. No fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Got it what it deserved.
Well, if Rizwan Haider hasn't learnt the lesson the first time, he should learn it now. Don't bowl short and wide to Rohit Kumar Paudel. You can understand the angle around the wicket from the left-hander, but you've got to get your lines tight like he did to Bertel if you're going to bowl a short ball. Cannot be wide outside the off stump. That is meat and drink for Rohit Paudel. His second boundary, flying start for the home side's captain. Leading edge, that's the line. The reason you bowl around the wicket as a left arm seamer is to angle it in, maybe not to leg stump like he did there, but in towards middle stump and cause the right-handed batter problems. Fortunate there for Rohit Paudel.
You can see Rohit indicating from his gloves that it stopped a bit. Probably rolled his fingers. Rizwan getting that slight. Maybe probably Rohit trying to play it a little early.
Much better line to finish with. It's a wicket taking over, but 2 boundaries have also come in it. It will see the end of the first power play with Nepal 61 for 2. Drop chance. I think this is put down. It's come off the glove. Bim Sharkey, who's played out a maiden for money, is surprised by the bounce. I think this has come off the glove. I'm not saying it's easy, but Syed Aziz has put it down.
Syed Aziz being a part-time keeper as well. Just looking for the ball actually. Bim Sharkey getting the top edge. Doesn't need to play those shots right now. Reverse sweeps, that's his game, but needs to be a little extra careful at the start.
Yeah, particularly with the flying start in terms of both runs and wickets. They've lost 2 wickets in the power play. Going at a run of ball exactly, you can see in the bottom of your screen there. So the required run rate right now is not a factor. It's about 4, maybe 4.25 and over, something like that. There's so much power down this Nepali batting order. All it is now is a case of batting some time. If you play out a maiden or 2, it's not the end of the world. Rotate the strike if you can. And as we've seen, you are going to get the occasional bad ball to put away.
Exactly. Probably the dot ball pressure building up onto Bhim. But it's not about your individual game, it's about the team's game, where what's required for the team is more important. And the rate in which Nepal is going, they don't need to lose that extra wicket and just keep picking those singles, and those odd boundaries will come definitely.
It's a shot that Paudel likes. He likes to guide it away, use the pace of the spinners. But he's just causing a few problems here. An off spinner his action really reminds me of, which I might talk to you about in his next over. Very straight. There's a little bit of Ravi Ashwin in that for me, I reckon. End of the 11th over. It's 63 for 2. So a change of ends for Mohamed Wafiq. Going to come in now from the pavilion end of the ground. Just a bit of a lull in the crowd. A few nerves. Desperate to start with a win. Powell's very quick between the wickets, so the quick single he'll always get home with. You look at the structure of this tournament, the two groups of 5, Sharad, and the fact that in many ways first is as good as second. What's the initial aims in this group stage for Nepal? They've got Malaysia, and in their second game they'll take on Oman. Third game Saudi Arabia, a little bit of an unknown quantity there. They probably won't have played much against them. And then Qatar, a very good record in T20 cricket, not helped away. And helped away for 4, the wrong line. Maybe a bouncer too, and Vim Sharkey gets to double figures.
Wafiq, he's been drifting down that leg side from the start. You can see they're just shot down the leg and using the pace of the bowler beam, guiding towards the square leg region for another boundary beam. This would get him moving and might settle the nerves down a bit. Got his first boundary. These two have good understanding between them, Rohit and Bheem.
Playing a miss outside the off stump, just a bit of movement after the ball has passed the bat. You see, look at that lineup of fixtures. Probably need to win 3 of your 4 games to get into the semi-finals. There are scenarios where you could win 2 and get in as well. But with Oman next, it makes it incredibly important that the home side start with a win today.
Yeah, it's always good to get that momentum going. But I tell you, Lenny, you can't write off any of these teams in this competition. We have played with all these teams in the past, and I think except Saudi Arabia, we have been beaten by these teams before. If you say Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, all of them have beaten Nepal once or twice in the past, but surely the team has changed, times have changed. We'll see how the tournament progresses.
And yeah, to a certain extent, I don't think the world rankings, if you will, obviously many of these sides aren't in the ODI table, so it's difficult for us to compare them without status. Just Oman, UAE and Nepal have that status. And then working down the pyramid from Cricket World Cup League 2 down into the Challenge League, that's where Malaysia, Singapore, Qatar and Hong Kong have all been playing. So that's 4 of the additional teams, and the remaining 3 they'll be looking to get into the Challenge League in due course. That's Saudi Arabia, Bahrain and Kuwait. I think Kuwait are indeed in that playoff that will decide the next cycle. Good Yorker from Irfan. So a few of these sides will be a little bit unknown in their quantity and as to how they'll go in 50 over cricket, not so much T20Is. Get to the end of the 12th over, it's 70 for 2.
That bearded guy was carried off.
So a comfortable start for Rohit Powell in particular to his innings. Vim Sharkey just a little bit more chancy. Sherrod, what has been your
Lovely, Vijay.
takeaways from the last month or two of Nepali cricket, that journey of 11 wins, from a batting perspective? That's what I want to ask you. It looks like there's been a lot more certainty and loads of different batters stepping up.
Every game you can see some guy stepping up and contributing for the team. And it's not been a single effort, if you ask me. It's been a team effort, everyone contributing at the right moment, at the right time, and things clicking. The decisions taken by the coach, the captain, have been going well as well. And it's also a result of the hard work Can has also put in, which they had made sure to give that environment to the team to play so many friendly series in the past. Lots of camps, lots of friendly series.
The remarkable thing is, if you look back at those 12 games in isolation, forget about what went before. It was a different coach, it was a different captain. Just felt like a rebirth at the start of 2023 with Monty Desai coming in. And Kushal Bertel got it all going on Valentine's Day with a maiden ODI century. Guided, no more than that. Maybe half a stop at backward point. Should get at least 2, they won't risk the third. Gets us to the end of the 13th. Score now 74 for 2. Very happy looking camp. The lovely Nepal flag flying next to them. Arif Sheikh, I suspect, will be in next at number 5. Kushal Mala's got the pads on to his right as well, sitting next to Dipender Singh Airi there. I think there'll be a bit of flexibility in this middle order going forward, but in a situation like today where it's only in and around 4 and over needed, there's no need to send in Kushal Mala yet. Arif Sheikh will have lots of time to build an innings should he be required. Yeah, looking back to that Cricket World Cup League 2 campaign, Sheridan, it was Bertel that got it all going with that maiden ODI century against Namibia, chasing down 285. Then Dipender Singh Airi was the top scorer against Scotland with a 3-wicket win. Then it was Asif Sheikh's turn with 80 in a player of the match performance in a 3-wicket win over Nepal, and then that remarkable innings of 95 not out from Rohit Paudel. Then over to Dubai, into the Ring of Fire Stadium, Kushal Bertel with 50, then Kushal Mala with 60, Asif Sheikh with 86 not out in a critical innings to seal a 3-wicket win, helped by Sandeep Lamachani, as that's driven, and driven ever so pleasingly. Well, that's a lovely shot. He's picked the slower ball a long way away, and he's picked the gap as well.
Yeah, he just stand and deliver stuff by Rohit. Easy half volley for Rohit, and you can see it's bread and butter for him. He just enjoyed it to hit the bat, crashes into the hoardings.
And then to continue that journey through Cricket World Cup League 2, then it was Bim Sharkey with his first ODI 50 in a player of the match performance. As Nepal defended just 220 odd against UAE in that last game to set it up for Kathmandu. Good stop at backward point, diving effort. And then Asif Sheikh with his maiden ODI century. For Rohit Paudel it was that stepped up again to save Nepal from all sorts of trouble. They were 30 or 40 for 3 or 4 in that game, where they rolled UAE all out for 71 to take a big win. Asif Sheikh again with the 50 off just 20 balls. And then in the final game, Bim Sharkey it was with the top score, but there's actually 4 batters who got to 50, I think, including a maiden ODI 50 for the youngster Gulshan Jah, and that proved to be a match-winning innings. So throughout that journey that we've spoken about there, I think we've named every top order batter bar Gyanendra Malla, who made good contributions of 20s and 30s as well. So that's completely alien to the history of Nepali batting. where it was 1 or 2 names at most, maybe 3 names that were getting the runs. Now anyone in this top 8 can do it.
Absolutely. And the most pleasing thing about that batting lineup is it's not only about performances, it's about handling those crucial moments and situations, being aware to the situation, what the team requires from you, and guys stepping up for it and performing at the right moment when it mattered the most. It had never happened before in Nepali cricket with so much consistency. It was so much pleasing to see.
And before somebody gets onto Twitter and says, Andrew, what about Karen KC, bats number 9? Of course, Karen KC as well. Critical innings, that one with Rohit Powell against Scotland, the folk hero. One of my very favourites. A great man with those broad shoulders. We'll see him, not today, but throughout the tournament, no doubt. One of the reserve players today. Really good batting this from Powell and Sharkey. Powell's got to 21 off 21 without even a semblance of a chance. 14 bowled, 83 for 2. Maybe the last over before drinks. As Uni's going to continue. He's caused a few problems. Do you see some shades of Ashwin in there?
Yeah, he has kind of similar action. Front on, tall. It's getting some bounce as well. It's not getting that easy for the batters as well. You can see he's all 3 overs, just given away 6 runs.
How much of an influence is there from down south of the border? We're obviously so close to India. You see every single TV station as I came through the city last night. It had the IPL on. It's very popular here. Do the young players growing up, do they look at those IPL stars?
Absolutely, it's being followed so much now. All the channels that brings live telecast of cricket, people are glued to it. And not only the youngsters, it's even if you can see people above the age of 50, 60 watching cricket so closely nowadays. It's a good thing to see the interest going.
I think 4 of the first 5 channels I turned on in my hotel room last night had the IPL on in some capacity. Different languages, and there's even the different fonts on the screen. I might get it wrong. I think it was some Hindi, maybe some Bengali as well. Broadcast all around the world. Some ludicrous games of cricket to start the tournament as well. I'm sure we're going to see some brilliant action like that here at this ACC Men's Premier Cup, as we see which of these sides is going to go and play against some of those Indian stars in September. End of the 15th over, as the umpires have a look at each other and they decide one more before drinks. So I think it's going to be 1 over before drinks, and no surprise to see Ahmed Faiz just change things up and try an over of left arm spin. It's not the left arm spinner we might have thought it could have been in Pawandeep Singh, because Pawandeep Singh is not here. He's got study commitments, so Virendeep Singh, his brother, also bowls left arm spin, not as maybe consistently. A slightly more round arm action. But he does get good turn, and he's a good option to have. Bowled quite a bit there in Hong Kong as well. Very short run up, coming nearly through and around. But can he prize out one for Malaysia before the drinks break?
Yes.
Yeah, starts off well, getting some bite off the wicket as well, as you can see. Viren Deep with his knowledge that he got while batting, he probably trying to use that that information on his bowling as well. Would be knowing the right speed to bowl in this wicket, which should be a bit slower. Does have a different action where he has a bit of pause as well.
Yeah, comes quite round arm, wide of the crease. As this one's punched down the ground. We are going to have the drinks break after this. We'll take a look at the first innings highlights too. Excuse me, the first session's highlights in this second innings. 150 more required from here. Has taken wickets, 25 T20I wickets to his name. Different challenge though, bowling in the 50 over format, where in T20 you can bowl very defensively, 5 men on the rope the entire time, and try to pick up wickets caught in the deep. In ODI cricket you have to be a bit more attacking, you have to earn your wickets. And he starts nicely, just 3 runs off the over, and that will get us to the drinks break, with Sharkey and Powell unbeaten, unbowed, and looking to guide Nepal home to a victory in this game number 1 of the ACC Men's Premier Cup. We'll leave you with the highlights as we'll take a break here in the commentary box. We'll be back in about 5 minutes time. The score is 87 for 2.
Away in the boundary into the deep square leg. Beautiful cover drive by square boundary.
They will go all the way. So that's the state of play at the first drinks break in the chase. Nepal looking comfortable, won't be too pleased with having lost their 2 openers. Kushal Bertel made a nice little merry innings of 38 before he picked out square leg. And Asif Sheikh fell early today, caught and bowled, chipping one back to the bowler. Andrew Leonard here, as I will be throughout this ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Bring you every ball alongside my colleagues. We just heard from Shari Basakar, the former national team player, alongside me now is Paresh Lahani. Paresh, my old friend, how are you?
I'm good, Lenny. A very warm day today. It shows 31 degrees Celsius. It's a bit high for Kathmandu, but we're enjoying the action.
It is warm, and I think that heat has zapped everyone. It's made the fans a little less energetic and rowdy than they would usually be. It's also given a little bit of concern for some of the batters in particular. You can see fatigue kicking in as Powell holds his line, only apologises. They'll get away for a comfortable single. Are Nepal fully in control of this chase, Paresh, right now?
Yes, it looks like that. The captain, Rohit Podel, playing on 22, and Bhim Sarki, 20 or 41. A good partnership building up here for Nepal. In the other hand, Vijay Uni doing a good job here in his 5th over, only giving 8 runs. Nicely punched that on the offside by Rohit Podel, taking 2 runs. Good running between the wickets. They are very quick.
That's great running, really, really good. He's lightning across the turf, is Rohit Kumar Powell. And that looked like a cast iron single, didn't it? But he calls through Sharkey for the second and gets back comfortably enough. Yeah, and he's been consistent, isn't he? Just landed the ball in good areas.
No run.
It's the kind of wicket that I would describe as a fair sporting wicket. If you get it right, you put it into a good length, whether you're a spinner or a seamer, you'll plenty to be interested by it. But if you're too full or you're short or wide, be punished, and with that fast outfield, things can get very expensive very quickly.
Yeah, that is what Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi did for Nepal. Bowled 10 overs, took 2 wickets, 430 odd runs. Nicely bowled and nicely played again by Bhim Sargi for a single. And I overheard you, Lenny, about the action of Uni. It's similar to Ravichandran Ashwin, the follow through after releasing the ball.
Yes, Vijay.
Nicely bowled again. A good contest here between these 2 batters and the bowler. After 17, Nepal 93 for 2.
Five bowlers used so far for Malaysia. Definitely the hottest I can remember it being here in Kathmandu. Attended a lot of the games we've covered to being kind of in that September, which is post-monsoon time,
No run.
through to December, where you don't get great heat really. And even last March and the March before, I think might have actually been into April when we were here for the 2 tri-series that brought cricket back to Kathmandu after the pandemic. Again, it wasn't anywhere near this hot. I think it's been the lack of rain. It's combined also a lack of snow apparently up in the mountains to create those forest fires, which has made things an awful lot hotter than maybe fans and citizens in general would like. Is this as hot as you can remember it being really this time of year?
Yes, it's just the start of summer now. It'll get hotter day by day. over the point fielder, down to the boundary line for 4 runs. Roy Podell, another boundary for him, moves to 30.
He's got a little bit lucky here. It's bounced on him, maybe more than he's expected because of that round arm action. He was expecting more sideways turn, but it got large on him. And he's ended up kind of playing with that bounce and getting it over the head of the backward point fielder, who was definitely interested for a moment or two. And runs away for 4 across that rapid outfield. Right on the money. Powell wants a single, Sharkey didn't, and they've ended up having a look at each other before deciding on the dot ball. Thumbs up from the captain.
Yeah, I think Bhim Sharkey was spotless because of the bowler's runner-up follow through. Nicely punched down the ground for a single by Roy Podell. 138 more needed of 32.1 overs.
Protection out there, so it should just be the single. They won't be able to get back for a second. Just 1 run shy now, the 100 coming up. 18 ball, 99 for 2. Well ahead at the moment, Nepal, after 18 overs. Comparative point. Do you think Malaysia will look back at their batting innings and think that Virendeep Singh just went a little bit too slowly as the 100 comes up?
Yes, and the crowd just realizing the 100 is up for Nepal. Good shot. Oh, a very nice feeling there by Prithvi Sham. Could stop the second, but surely stopped 2 runs for his team.
It shows how quick the outfield is, that as soon as it pierces anything in and around the inner ring, man at mid-off there was right in the edge of the circle. He's done well to get something on it to cut off the boundary. Keep it to just 2 as this one's guided away straight to the man. Nepal looking very comfortable in this chase right now, and 2 class acts at the crease just guiding them. Good crowd in, probably 2, maybe 2,500, something like that. Plenty outside as well, as they tend to enjoy the action from up on high there. You can see them all the way around with the motorbikes as well, and lots of good atmosphere and camaraderie up in the crowd as always.
Yes, always have been in the Nepal game, and you can see people behind the walls as well. Wanted a quick run, but Rohit Podell sent his partner back. After 19, Nepal 102 for 2.
Gorgeous shots in and around the Kathmandu Valley up on our drone, and you can see a few of the teams there in the right of your picture, the nets. That's Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia in training, talking to the Kuwaiti head coach, the Sri Lankan Pushpak Amara. I was there having a chat to him. He's quietly confident coming into this tournament of getting to a semi-final. It's a big game for them. We'll bring you from here tomorrow. They take on the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well. You were telling me that they gave Oman a really good game in one of the warm-ups. In fact, they beat them.
Yes, that is what the ground personnel told me in the morning. Nicely driven down the ground by Bhimsarki for a single. Building up a good partnership with these two batsmen. Captain leading from the front.
Helped around the corner. Just a single. Even though Saudi Arabia beat Bahrain in the Challenge Cup final, Bahrain were arguably maybe the more impressive of the two sides that qualified from that event. It just goes to show that nobody will be guaranteed any easy games. We're going to see upsets here throughout this tournament, but the structure is one that will reward those that peak at the right time. Get through your group, win 2 games, you're off to play against India and Pakistan. That's how it works. And if you can get into a winning habit like Nepal showed us during the end of Cricket World Cup League 2, they could prove very hard to stop.
Yes, it's all a habit, a winning habit. That is what Nepal has done in the last 2 months, winning 11 ODIs off 12. Nicely driven down to sweep a cover for 1 run. Rohit Podel. 20 overs have been bowled. Nepal 106 for 2.
Came up from the top.
So Rohit Podel continues along his merry way. He's got this fantastic knack, Paresh, doesn't he, of just cruising to 25 off 25 balls, 40 off 40 balls without looking in any way hassled or hurried or really taking any risk.
Yeah, that is the part that impresses a lot of people here in Nepal and around the globe. He just keeps it simple, rotates the strike in the initial stages, and the innings that he played against Scotland at 95 not out. I think that was the best I've ever seen of him.
Do you think Podel will want to maybe start to add some bigger scores to his repertoire in terms of 3 figures? Sometimes not easy from number 4. You could be coming to the crease at the 20th over. You don't have as much time necessarily as the openers do, but would that be the one thing you'd like to see him add to his game?
Oh, misfield. There was a single. He attacked the ball. I think he got a bit of a bad bounce there. 2 runs taken by Bhimsarki. Yeah, talking about getting into the 3-figure mark. Every batter wants to do that. Even the tail enders want to finish it off in the 3-figure mark.
Yes, Vijay. Lovely, Vijay.
Yeah, I'm being hypercritical here. You know, just thinking about has been times, certainly earlier in his ODI career, where he would have got lots of 30s and 40s, and when he got to 50, might not have gone on to the 3 figures too often, but he is a class act. And brilliant to watch as the Nelson has moved by. 21 overs bowled now, it's 112 for 2. So you're getting a look down towards Kirtapur there. Cardrone might be flying a bit too far away. Come back. Don't go missing on us.
Yeah, nicely played again by Bhimsarki. And the other match going on of the ACC Men's Premier Cup in Mulpani ground. Singapore were bundled out for 174. Hong Kong 123 for 1 in 28 overs, cruising away towards the victory.
Well, if Hong Kong closed out that victory, that'd be a statement victory, wouldn't it? Statement that, okay, they might not be in Cricket World Cup League 2, they might not have ODI status these days, but remember, it was them that qualified for the last Asia Cup. They got through that excellent qualifier there in Oman, upsetting the UAE, who went in as heavy favourites. And I thought Hong Kong on the whole acquitted themselves pretty well. I know it was in the shorter format, the T20 format in the UAE. They had certainly showed moments of why they can be such a good side, and they're showing it again in the 50 over version here starting today. Game day 1. Net run rate could be important in terms of getting to the semi-final 2. Oh dear. What looked like a regulation single, as the heat is starting to tell. This time it's Rizwan Haider. They call that the long barrier to make sure it's impenetrable, but the key to the technique is to have your knee together with your foot gone straight through.
Yes, he went straight through between the legs and between his palms as well. Out. Very soft dismissal here for Rohit Podel, who was looking very good. I think the ball bounced a bit.
Well, a disaster, just as we spoke about how Rohit Podel was looking imperious and chanceless and flawless. He's managed to find a way to give it out, a bit of a nothing shot. He was 42 off 42, and he's just helped it to backward point. Again, that slightly unorthodox action of Virendeep Singh does tend to take wickets. And a pretty simple catch held at backward point by the youngster, Mohammad Amir Azim. As Podel's going to have to walk back. He's gone for 42. It's 119 for 3.
Kushal Malla is the new man in at number 5. A good striker of the cricket ball. I think he's sent because there's a left arm orthodox bowling Virendeep Singh. It will be relatively easy for Kushal Malla to play the left arm orthodox. Interesting move, is it, Lenny? Sending in Kushal Malla?
Yeah, look, I think it's the natural move with the left arm spinner. Just causing a few problems here and there. So send in the left-handed batter to counteract that. Can take his time as well. Crowd trying to get into it, trying to react to Virendeep Singh there.
Yeah, it's an ideal moment for Kushal Malla to come in. After 22, Nepal 119 for 3.
What's the bowling change? Right number 1.
I don't know what graphics are on.
Thank you, sir.
Screen is not working, we don't know.
So 22 overs have been bowled. And Nepal just need to be careful not to allow 1 wicket to become 2, 2 wickets to become 3. It's going to be trial by spin continuing. This time a change in bowler, going to be Kizzer Hayat into the attack. Very economical in his action, but he's generally very consistent. Does get good revs on the ball, will generate turn.
Yes, looks to be a good bowler there. Kushal Malla on strike. He's going to face his second ball of the innings. Just new at the crease at number 5. And talk about Kushal Malla, he's batted everywhere at number 3, at number 5, at number 7.
Malla gets off the mark stylishly down the ground. Do you think Malla will have been spoken to by Monty Desai in particular about his initial approach to ODI innings, or 50 over innings in this case, in terms of not going at it from ball 1? That's just going to angle down, miss the leg stump. He'll be given his leg byes, although Kizzer Hayat was interested. Do you think Monty Desai would like him just to take a little bit more time, 5 or 10 balls at the top?
Yes, that must be the case here. A very optimistic appeal by the bowler there, Hayat. The ball was definitely going down the leg side. Talking about Kushal Malla. That's nicely played down the ground for a single.
Yeah, you can see the work, the amount of cricket that's been played on this square here. 12 games at this venue. In fact, it's 13, isn't it, at this venue, and 11 at the Mulpani. So there'll be a good weight of cricket, and that's 50 over cricket, remember, over the course of the coming 15 days. Looks to me like they certainly have 3 pitches earmarked. Might look at using a 4th as well. This one's played well. And I think 235 is well under par. Malaysia going to have to find wickets, find them quickly to get into this contest.
They were looking very good in the first innings. A good partnership between Virendeep Singh and the captain, Faiz. More than 100 run partnership. It looked like they would reach 300 runs.
So a dot ball to close out that over. Time for a change in the commentary box. I'll bid you farewell. 23 bowled, 124 for 3.
Makes it very difficult for us. Yes. You know, middle of the ball it blinks. We don't know what's happening.
.23 bowled. Nepal won 24 for 3. Andrew Leonard is taking a breather. Sharad Beswakar is here with me in the comm box. Welcome, Sharad.
Thank you, Paresh. Good passage of play. Game in equal balance at the moment, you can see. One more small partnership required by Team Nepal, and similarly Malaysia would be looking to get that breakthrough.
Nicely bowled by Virendeep Singh with a round arm action. And Nepal need a partnership here, whereas Malaysia need a wicket or 2. Quick ones. And look at the Nepal's batting lineup. Plenty of batters to come. Dipender Singh Airi, Arif Sheikh, Gulshan Jha, Sompal Kami as well. Sandeep Lamechani. He smashes ball around the ground.
Virendeep finishes his 5th over. A dot ball. Nepal are 124 for 3.
Keezer high to continue. Nicely punched down the ground by Kushal Malla for a single. And Nepal are doing rather comfortably here. If Malaysia take wicket or two in quick succession, Nepal will be in a spot of bother. But they are doing it very well. Bhim Sargi 33. Up in the air. Oh, very good attempt, but was it a catch? The ball reaches the boundary. 4 runs to Bhim Sargi. Was that a drop catch?
A diving effort there. Beam trying to hit it over the 30 yards fielder, miscuing it, and the right hand was out. Just got the tips of the finger, rolled it to the boundary ropes.
Overthrow, but single not taken. Yeah, talking about that catch. The attempt was good. The ball hitting the hand, hitting the fingers. We should call it as a drop chance. It's very hard for the fielders nowadays. If you hit the hand, you have to take it. Otherwise, it's called a drop chance. A very difficult one, with one hand almost grabbing it.
And he was the captain himself, Fayaz Ahmed.
No run!
Those are the catches which stick sometimes. Not to be. Single taken. Some comedy of errors by the fielders, the bowlers, trying to throw the ball and slipping out of the hand. Injury concern there. One of the fielders. Stoppage in play.
Yeah, I think he pulled his hamstring, the fielder there. Looks very uncomfortable. It's very warm in the middle. It's Ramli, the fielder. I think he pulled his calf. He's holding his calf. It's very warm out there. They need a lot of fluids. I think he's going off the field. Look at this view, very beautiful view of the university ground, and you can see the university building around. TU University, beautiful TU International Cricket Ground as well. Bhim Sargi playing an anchor innings here, 38 of 66. In the first innings, Malaysia scored 235 for 9 in 50 overs. Faiz, the captain, 76 of 95. Virandeep, 46 of 94. And Hayat, 22 of 25. Lamichhani and Sompal Khami, 6 wickets in between them. And Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi taking 2.
Keezer Hayat is one of those bowlers who doesn't give much air. Balls flatter in the air. It'll be interesting to see if he gets any purchase out of this wicket, which would be tough for the speed he bowls in. And it's 25 overs done. Nepal are 130 for 3.
Virandeep Singh to continue from the pavilion end. Bhim Sargi on strike. Now Malaysia need a wicket or two in a very quick succession to get a game out of it. And look at the spectators there. Good to see young kids coming into the ground to watch their hero play. Nicely driven down the ground by Bhim Sarki for a single.
Bhim moves on to 39 of 67. Decent strike rate. Nepal requiring just 105 runs more out of 24 overs, 24.5 overs. See the red flag flying. See people with different ages, colorful crowd. Mullah just punches it off the back foot. Taking his time, Kushal Mullah.
Good fielding there.
Good to see this approach by Mullah. There is no hurry whatsoever, but his natural game being aggressive. He likes those left arm spin bowling. Tends to go after them.
Talking about Kushal Mullah's batting, it's not that he just favors the onside, but he drives it well. He drives it on the offside as well. Cover drives it. Good fielding again by Amir Azim. He looks a live wire in the field.
Earlier we were talking about Kushal Mullah when Lenny was mentioning about his talent and that he missed out in the middle for a couple of months or a year or so. That's got very well for a boundary by Bhim Sarki. Slightly short and wide. Took full advantage of it, Bhim Sarki.
Yes, that was very well cut by Bhim Sarki. Into the gap. Behind square, beating the fielder at sweeper cover. For 4 runs after 26, Nepal 136 for 3. Yeah, just 100 to win for Nepal, the first one in this tournament, the ACC Men's Premier Cup. Oh, here goes Kushal Mullah, straight down the ground, 1 bounce, 4 runs.
That's what Kushal Mullah does best. It's down the ground, straight hit over the bowler's head. That must get him going. Yeah, sweet hit there by Kushal. Effortless. Goes again. And a better hit. 4 runs again. Back-to-back boundary. Kushal Mullah gets the crowd going.
Yeah, this was a bit fuller than the other one. This time he middled it. It was right on the slot. Tried to play that on the offside, but couldn't beat the short extra.
Talking about Kushal, he's been a changed player after he came back from the Junior Premier League in Pakistan for his. Look at that shot. Over covers. 6 runs it is. That's the Kushal Mullah for you.
That was played by sheer timing. Look at this shot. There's no follow through whatsoever. He just timed the ball so well. It went into the crowd. What a good shot. 4, 4 and a 6. Nicely played again. Oh, comical there, comical. Bhim Sarki wanted to take a single there. Took a single.
Needs to be careful, both of these batters. Beam is very quick runner between the wicket, whereas Kushal Malla has that. He's not one of those considered as very quick in between the wickets. Need to understand each other's speed while running in between the wickets.
Nicely driven down the ground by Bhim Sarki for a single. And who needs to run quick when you can hit out of the ground? 27 gone, 152 for 3. Virandeep Singh to continue from the pavilion end. Bhim Sarki on strike.
Oh!
That's nicely played. Cut away down to point region just for a single. Like I said, Bhim Sarki is very quick in between the wickets, whereas Kushal Malla is not that quick. You don't need to be that quick if you hit the ball out of the ground very often.
How effortless is Kushal Malla when he's hitting those boundaries, Paresh? What do you think is the reason behind that?
That was hit straight to long off. One bounce to the fielder. Kushal Malla was 4 of 10 deliveries when he first came in. Now he's 20 of 16. Look at the improvement of his strike rate. Nicely driven down the ground by Bhim Sarki. Moves to 46 of 72. Now he's anchored the innings very well. He's come out with that form that he played against UAE the last match of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. He scored a half century and again moving towards it. And another huge hit. I think that's gone in the parking lot.
A rank short ball there by Virandeep and took full toll of it, Kushal Malla. How long had he hit that ball? Must have gone a good 90 meters, Paresh.
Yeah, he definitely went over that. Yeah, almost hit the security personnel's truck there.
That's his area, Kushal Malla. Won't leave those balls. There you go again. Big swing of the bat. Played for one more run.
Yeah, Kushal Malla entertaining the crowd. Not in numbers that they were here in the last game a month ago against UAE. Nicely driven again by Bhim Sarki for a single. After 28, Nepal 164 for 3. Better than a runner ball, 44 of 37. Bhim's contribution is 16 of 19, and look at Kushal Malla's contribution, 27 of 18, 4 fours and 2 sixes. The 4th wicket partnership.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Saizrul Azad is the new bowler for Malaysia from the Chobar end. Talking about Kushal Malla, Sharad, you've picked Kushal Malla from the talent hunt in the franchise league. Oh, very good shot over the square leg field. Oh, nicely done by the fielder there. He stopped 4 runs for his team. A very good effort by the fielder down to deep square leg. Umpire is going to have a check. That is what Kushal Malla did in the earlier stage in the first innings. Look at that. What a valiant effort. I think he's okay there.
Seems to have done a very good job, the fielder there. Seemed to be Virendeep there, the deep square leg region. Sizarul starting with a short rank ball. Yeah, what a save there by the fielder. Saved 5 runs, or 4 runs that is, for his team.
Yeah, I think that's clean. He's saved 4 runs for his team. He didn't catch it, but he just hit the ball inside the boundary. Look at that. Beautifully done. Well done, Virendeep.
Presence of mind, what that is. Not easy to stop those boundaries when it's going over the ropes. You need a lot of hours and hours of practice to execute that in the right way. Well done there by the fielder. Seems to have done a very good job. Fielder still waiting for umpire's decision. Yeah, seemed to have thrown it back before his legs landed. Yeah, rightly so. 2 runs given.
Yeah, I was talking about Kushal Malla coming into the scene from the talent hunt that you did in the Everest Premier League. Tell me about that, Sharad.
Yeah, it was very easy for us to pick him actually. And Bhim Sarki moves on to 50 runs. A very well played innings by Bhim, has played so well in the wickets falling around him, but he has stayed put from one end.
Yeah, Bhim Sarki back-to-back 50s in the international circuit here. Not in one-day international though. This is not considered to be one-day international. This is the List A game. But he scored 50 in the last match he played against UAE here in this particular ground. Sending him at number 3 has paid off for the team Nepal. Well bowled, slower ball.
Yeah, very well builded innings by Bhim Sarki. Has come off 75 balls with a decent strike rate of 66, but he has done the job for his team till now. Now he has to stay till the end and finish it off for his team.
Very good running between the wickets by Bhim Sarki. He's so quick. Overthrow. It's going to the boundary. Oh, very nice fielding there again. These Malaysian fielders are doing a very good job, apart from 1 or 2 misfields.
Good ground cricket from both of these teams. Good running between the wickets, good fielding, diving stop. Yeah, you're talking about Kushal Malla and that talent hunt program we had in 2018 when he was picked up by Bhairava Gladiators. You can see a diving stop by Wafiq. Umpires checking in with the boundary ropes. Again, it seems the fielder has done a very good job stopping 2 runs for his team.
I think it's fine. He's pushed the ball in before he touched the boundary line. The cushion, the advertising cushions there. Yeah, very good decision by the TV umpire. These batters are getting a move on here. On the pads, nicely flicked away. Down to boundary for 4 runs. Beam Sarking opening up now.
Nicely flicked that off his legs, Beam. Timed it beautifully for another boundary. Slightly over pitched by Sazrul. Started very expensive manner. Down the legs, and it's kind of a free hit for Beam. No fielders there.
Yeah, Beam Sarking is very well set, and that's a freebie for him. Flicked it nicely down to mid-wicket region for 4 runs. A very expensive over so far, 10 of 5 balls. Nicely driven down the ground again, but straight to the mid-off fielder. No run taken, 10 runs off this over. 29 gone, Nepal 173 for 3. Rizwan Haider is gonna come back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled 5 overs, 26 for 1, his figures till now. Kushal Malla on strike. We can see there's a short fine, mid-wicket in the leg side and deep square leg, and long on. Third man, sweeper cover is coming inside the circle, backward point, short extra, and a long off. Short fine goes back in the boundary at fine leg. There must be 5 fielders inside the circle in the second power play, and that is why the fine leg is coming into the 45.
Look at Kushal Malla strike rate. He's already scored 30 runs off 20 balls, going on a strike rate with 150.
Nicely pulled away. Very fine. The fine leg fielder is inside the circle. It rolls into the advertising hoarding cushions and the boundary. Yet another boundary for Kushal Malla. Moves to 34.
Yeah, just guided it along the way, down the leg, fine leg fielder up. Just tried to pull it and got some gloves and bat, and on its way.
A change in the field. The fine leg fielder goes back in the boundary, and the third man comes into the circle. There are 4 fielders inside the circle in the offside, and 1 fielder on the leg side. That is mid-wicket.
Wanted to ask you one thing, Paresh, whom you have played with a lot, about Shakti Gautam.
Goes down the ground. Massive. Another 6. It crosses the fence. Not as big as the earlier one, but nevertheless 6 runs for Kushal Malla.
Yeah, the way Kushal's moving on now, this game is not going to be going on for a long time. Clean hit by Kushal. Bounces off the ACC Men's Premier League Cup board. Back to the ground again. And talking about Shakti, who was the mentor of Kushal Malla. But the interesting thing is, him being the mentor of Kushal, he bats no way like Shakti Gautam, you know. It's quite the opposite, isn't it, Paresh?
Yes, it's quite opposite, but I think he was a mentor only in bowling, the left arm orthodox. not in batting, in my perspective.
I hope if you're watching this, Shakti, mark Parish's words, what's he saying about you. I'm sure he'll give you a mouthful after the game, Parish.
Yeah, even in batting, Sakti Gochan was a crisis man. When we lost early wickets, he used to go to the centre and just stable the ship. He was, of course, the crisis man for the Nepal side when he played. A legend of Nepal cricket, Sakti Gochan. Nicely flicked off his hips, down to fine leg for a single. Bhim Sarki looks in a very good nick.
Talking about Shakti, some of the stories back in those days, if you remember Parish, he was one of the most disciplined guys in the team. Had a particular routine of his food, of his sleep. Can you share some of the stories, Parish?
Yeah, he was a peculiar guy, very disciplined, as you said, Sharad. Nicely guided that into the gap. Beautiful fielding there, yet again, by Amir Azim. Talking about Sakti Gochan, he had a very running run-up when he bowled spin, and against Iran, I remember in 2004, he got a batsman bowled out, and the batsman refused to go out because the batsman was saying to the umpire that you cannot run and bowl a spin.
Oh yes, I remember that game. That was the game, is it, where we got the game over inside 2 hours, isn't it?
Hit it straight towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. After 30, Nepal 186 for 3.
Batsman. That's 4 minutes. No, 4 minutes for a drink. 4 minutes for the drink. 1 hour. Might be. Sushi over this drink, guys? Yeah, last hour for drink.
Yeah, so you can see the same bowler being used from the Chovar end. Nepal need 50 more runs of 20 overs, which should be an easy task. So there's a change in commentary again. Welcome back, Lenny.
Thanks, Jared. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Dream start for Nepal. Absolute dream. There's a few nerves or something this morning. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it's because I was off a long flight with a pretty poor night's sleep. I don't know what it was, but everything felt a bit weird this morning. Everyone finding their way into the tournament. And I thought Nepal were under par. I'm not taking away from how Ahmed Faiz and Virendeep Singh batted and got Malaysia into a very strong position to post a big total. But then something changed. Maybe that spark from Lamachani getting the wicket. This one's chipped into the leg side. It'll land safely for, should be a couple. And since then, really, with the exception of maybe the fall of Asif Sheikh, it's been pretty smooth going, isn't it, for the kind of latter 60% of this match, or latter 3/4 of the game. Nepal maybe just a bit nervous. And those expectations of the home fans, they can weigh on you sometimes, but they've come into their own, and they're going to take what looks to me to be a massive victory. Hong Kong have got off to a brilliant start. They have given Singapore a real drubbing, winning with 102 balls remaining. Barbahaya showing us what everyone here in Nepal already knows, that he is a class act. Finished it with 6-6-6-1 off Akshay Puri, who's a talented, he's off Aritra Dutta. Puri's at the other end. And Dutta's 6 overs went for 61. Singapore beaten all ends up. So it looks like very big wins for Hong Kong and Nepal, two of the tournament's favourites, to get us underway here in the ACC Premier.
Yeah, Hong Kong to a flying start as well. Seem to have a very strong side with Anshuman Rath back and some of the senior players back. Getting a very easy win over Singapore. Will be one of the favorites for the tournament, for sure.
Yeah, and this is where the intrigue will start to kick in if the more fancied sides start strongly, which certainly day one is indicating that they might. Then it's starting to duke it out and see if you can guarantee top two who you're going to play in the semi-final. Could be 4 cracking games. If things went to, I suppose, form and seeding and rankings, this sort of stuff, it would be Nepal, Oman and UAE as the 3 ODI sides, probably with Hong Kong as the top 4 teams. There's a lot of cricket to be played to get to that point. But certainly Nepal, the hosts, and Hong Kong have started excellently and put to bed any early tournament nerves. End of the 31st, 192 for 3.
So change in bowling from the Chobar end. Vijay Unni comes back for his 8th over from the pavilion end. Had a decent spell. 22 runs of 7 overs, wicketless.
A little bit of a lack of penetrative threat to the Malaysian attack. Big fan of Mohammad Wafiq. Can't really understand why we've seen absolutely nothing really thus far of the young left arm spinner. I don't think he's at a bowl yet, has he? Young Amir Azim. He's a talented cricketer, gets good revs on it. He often is underused, and of all the surfaces that you would like him to be having a bowl on, this would be it here. I do hope he's in the playing 11. Our list has him in the playing 11. I've seen him in the field plenty, but no sign of him with the ball yet. And we didn't see a huge amount of him with the bat, just in for 18 deliveries. He is out there, but no sign of him being given a ball just yet.
There goes Kushal Malla again. Well hit there, just crossed over the ropes. Good effort there by the fielder.
Well, Kushal Malla's putting on a bit of a clinic here now. He's unleashing his power, and that's raw power down the ground. Hasn't got near the middle. And even though Rizwan tried his best, he's a tall man, couldn't get anything on it. Not particularly well judged. Malla, he's had enough. He wants to go home. He wants a 50 to his name to go with it. And he's going to get it. 50 off 28 deliveries. Remember, he was 4 off 10. So his next 18 deliveries, he's hit 40. This young man, he has the world at his feet. His name, it's Kushal Malla.
Yeah, what a start to this tournament for Kushal Malla and for his team. How effortless he looks when he's hitting those sixes.
Thank you.
Has some talent, hasn't he? Equally supported there by Bhim Sarki as well. Batting on 61. There's 36 runs needed for Team Nepal.
End of the 32nd over. This game's ending in a hurry. Nepal at 201 for 3.
Kevin O'Brien wants to say hello, mate. Legend.
82 runs this partnership is worth. Come in really good time, primarily thanks to Kushal Malla. We've got a privileged position here, Sharad, up in the commentary box. Things can look very easy. You know, from playing, it's never that way on the pitch. But two things stood out for me from that incredible run, the 11 wins from 12, and the brilliance of everything that happened here throughout that 30-day period. And the two things that stood out were a difficulty with the death bowling and Kushal Malla batting at the wrong position at number 3 in that final series. So you've got to give great credit. I don't know if it's Monty Desai, I don't know if it's Rohit Powdell, whoever it is in the setup in the Brains Trust has clearly seen what we've seen, and they found a remedy to it. Now yes, it will be tested more and more so against some of the stronger sides, particularly come Zimbabwe for the Cricket World Cup qualifier. They've identified what's gone wrong, that's half the battle, and they've found a way to get it right. Malla has to bat at 5, look at how threatening he is here. And the death bowling with Kami and Irie today was brilliant.
Absolutely, it's working for them at the moment. Yeah, with this team, they really dig into the data and stuff. They try to know their opponents, the conditions, and take full toll of it. Yeah, Kushal Malla again smacking it for a run towards the covers. Yeah, the good thing about this team is everyone is ready to bat in whatever position they are given. Gone are the days when there is a fixed position for them, a particular number. Those days are gone.
Yeah, and there may be a day where Malla's needed at 3 for some reason, but his natural spot is an aggressive power hitter in the middle order. It's to come in and play with the freedom that we're seeing him play with today. And Bim Sharkey, he's more of an accumulator. He's got 64 off 89. There's nothing wrong with that. That's brilliant numbers at number 3. It's a really good innings at number 3. And it allows Malla to come in and play the way he's played. Yes, it's going to be a comfortable victory. There hasn't been much pressure on. And they'll have to do it in more difficult circumstances. But the structure and that batting lineup, it makes perfect sense to me. The class of Asif Sheikh at the top alongside Kushal Bertel will still naturally play quite aggressively. Then Bim Sharkey is a very steady hand for a young man at 3. Powdell's the rock at number 4. And then Malla in at 5. He can just pick up these shots all over the ground. Even when he's not trying to hit it, it challenges the rope, runs away for a couple. The brilliance about that batting order, you still have Arif Sheikh to come, so if there's early wickets you can drop Malla down 1. Malla can come in at 6 instead, or even 7. So if it's 30 for 3, 10 overs gone, just like it was against the UAE in that critical match, maybe get Arif Sheikh in and then Malla hold him back. And the even better thing is you still have Dipender Singh Irie to come, and you still have Gulshan Jah. When Malla plays like this, he's brilliant to watch. And that's what the fans want, and they love that. Another misfield, Malaysia. The coach has done everything now but thrown in the towel. It's nearly all over for them. Nepal waltzing to victory.
They're giving it away easily now. So very... just missed it on the bounce there, Wafiq. Yeah, maybe those tired legs of Wafiq after bowling those early overs. Yeah, but should have easily collected that. There again goes Malla for a big hit.
I think it's 6 more. This game could be over in a matter of minutes here. Mala, he's seen enough. And just a shame this isn't a full ODI. He'd have more numbers adding to his name. It's a List A game. They will check it whether it's 4 or 6. I think it's 6. I think that might have hit the advertising hoardings on the full. Whatever the case is, we'll take a quick look at it. Oh yeah, surely 6 on the full for me. Either way, we'll leave that up to the umpire and we will have a drinks break. We'll take a break here too in the commentary box with Nepal in cruise control and getting off to the most perfect of starts. It is confirmed as a 6, so we'll now go to the drinks break. It's 217 for 3. That great kid, Sajan. I didn't even know he was up there. It's a lovely photo.
He's Cannes media guy, right?
Yeah. Really, he's a great kid, man. Very good photographer as well, very talented. So 19 more to win from 17 overs. Kushal Mala can get the strike. Might be more like 1 or 2 overs, depending upon if he can get a hold of some of these Malaysian spinners. Andrew Leonard here alongside Sharad Vasaker. Sharad, this has been an excellent performance after what was, as we said earlier, maybe not the greatest first 90 minutes or 2 hours of play from Nepal.
I
mean, you can't ask for more. It's the first day of the tournament. There would be nerves, even though they have been playing brilliant cricket. But as players, in any international game, you need to get off a good start. And that's what these guys have done. How well these two have batted. Complemented each other so well. Bhim taking his time, playing the anchor role. Reverse scooped that Bhim for another boundary.
Well, this is the growing confidence of this side. You get into a winning culture, a winning habit, particularly in home conditions, you can become very difficult to beat, and every side will be looking at this. Some of the teams will be back at the hotel watching on live on Kantapur, and they'll be taking note. They'll have taken note of Hong Kong and Barbara Hyatt's performance this morning, and now they're taking note of the hosts. 2 big victories on the opening day, it looks like. Hong Kong cruising to victory in Group B. That was over at the Mulpani ground. Looking forward to seeing that ground myself with my own eyes. Great to have 2 international venues now here in Kathmandu. And then this in Group A. Getting lots of questions in on social media just asking about the format, the structure of this tournament. 10 teams, 8 on seedings, and then the 2 that came through the Challenge League, that's Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, separated into 2 groups. Group A is made up of Malaysia and Nepal, who you're watching here, alongside Oman and Qatar, and then Saudi Arabia. And Group B, that is Singapore, Hong Kong, Kuwait, UAE. And Bahrain. Those 2 groups of 5, they play 4 group games each. The winners go to a semi-final, and then the 2 prizes on offer. The top 3 go to the ACC Emerging Teams Cup, and the winner qualifies for the Asia Cup. That Emerging Teams Cup will be in July, and the Asia Cup will be in September. Huge amount to be played for. 34 overs bowled, and as Richie Beno would say, it's choo-choo-choo for 3. Plenty of happy fans. They've had a good afternoon. Really enjoyed the action, and we're expecting big crowds throughout the rest of the tournament. I've decided the way I'm going to describe the first date. It's a bit like a first date. It's been a bit nervy, a bit tentative, but ultimately it's ended really well.
Yes, we would have loved to see more crowds coming in, but not bad for a first day. See the security personnel doing their job. Been very helpful in the past as well. So here he comes, Amir Azim, the guy you were looking for. And Lenny?
It's about 20 overs too late for me, but finally the left arm spinner has given his chance. You think about these conditions and how conducive they are to left arm spin. It does get good turn. You want to encourage your spinners, give them an opportunity to impact the game. It's too late for him to do that, but maybe he can just show something here. Young Mohammed Amir Azim, also known as Amir Azim Shakur to give him his full name, can just show his skipper something to influence Malaysia's competition for the rest. But if you lose your first game, you get yourself in trouble. Probably going to have to win 3 to get to the semi-finals, maybe 2. And he shows there, even though Kushamal has turned away, he gets turn, he gets bounce. Good little cricketer, this man.
Yeah, looks to be a decent cricketer who opened the innings for Malaysia. Looked impressive for his short little innings. Yeah, it's always a good Good addition to the team who can bowl a bit of left arm spin, opening left arm batter. Can go start well here in this game. Could be a good option in the future.
Yeah, he's only bowled two balls, but he just shows that he is a good option. He certainly, for me, would be a more consistent left-arm spinner than Virendeep Singh. He's very much a part-timer. He turns the ball. That's what you want to encourage young spinners to do. Generate revs. Not being helped out by his fielders. It's calamity Sunday out there. I'm not sure what's going on. Vijay Uni, and all Amir Azim can do is laugh.
Oh, the slippery shoes are on for Malaysia. What's happening?
There's the first mistake, and here comes the second. Get the Benny Hill music out at home. There he goes. Got the dancing shoes on. Save that for Kathmandu. Save that for Tamil. Mala has had enough of the youngster. He says, I'm going to end this in 3 balls. He's going to go 4-4-4. He's going to try to anyway. There's the first one. 7 to win now.
Yeah, he's looking to end this in this over. He fancies against left arm spin. He just stood there and smacked it down the ground for another 4, Kushal Malla. Look at his strike rate. Going over 180 for sure.
Well, he's saying to whoever's picking the Player of the Match award, I'm going to end with 70 odd not out. I want that Player of the Match. I don't want Bim Sharkey to get it. I don't want Sampal Kami to get it. Ball's had a bit of damage. With the post-match presentation coming up, it'll give me a chance just to change the commentary as well. Leave you with Paresh Lahani and Sharad Visakar. Been great to be with you. We'll see you in the post-match and see you in the coming days. Thanks for watching so far.
So it's Shakur again for his 5th ball. A dot. Kept the tip bit low. Welcome back, Paresh.
Thank you, Sharad. Only 7 more required of 90 balls now. What an innings Kushal Malla has played. 35 gone. Nepal 2-9 for 3. Only with his last over of the innings. Nicely done. Reverse sweep by Team Sharkey, but straight to the fielder there. Only a single. Only 6 required. Now can Kushal Malla finish it off with a big blow?
Surely would be looking to do that, Paresh, because the earlier you finish, the net run rate might come into play. So Nepal would look to finish as early as possible, and Malla would try to do the same. Nicely defended there, back to the bowler. Anything on his slot, Kushal Malla is gonna go to that mid-wicket region for sure, Paresh.
Nicely done by Kushal Malla. He's not in a hurry. Just a single taken. 5 more runs required for victory for Nepal. Any other game in Mulpani ground, Hong Kong beat Singapore by 8 wickets, chasing a mere total of 175. They chased it in just 33 overs. Babar Hayat scored an unbeaten 108 of just 94 deliveries. Century again. He loves Nepal. He loves Kathmandu. Oh, that's high up in the air. The fielder there takes a catch.
Bhim trying to finish it off, or finishing it off early. Just top edges it, miscued it, couldn't time it as he would have liked to. Neat catch taken there by Virandeep. Went very high up in the air. Nicely judged.
Yes, a smart catch there. It looks very easy, but when it goes very high up in the air, it's very difficult to judge those. Bhim Sarki, very well played for 71 of 98 balls, including 5 fours. Has to go back in the hut. Nepal 231 for 4.
So incoming batsman Dipendra Singh Airi at number 6. What would you have said, Paresh, if you were the coach right now? Would you be happy with the shot that Bhim played, because it was very unselfish of him, actually trying to finish it off early for the team, and maybe like thinking about the run rate that could have come into play in the future. At the same time, the coach would have loved to finish it off as well as Bhim himself.
Yeah, wide ball. Dipendra Singh Airi, the new batter in at number 6. Yeah, I'll be very happy with Bhim Sarki's innings. He steadied the ship. He played an anchor innings. Very unselfish by him. Nicely tucked away on the leg side by Dipendra Singh Airi for a single. After 36, Nepal 233 for 4. Tomorrow's game, the second day of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. UAE taking on Kuwait in TU Cricket Ground, Kirtipur. Match number 3, that is. Do join us tomorrow, 9 a.m. start. In the meanwhile, Nepal require just 3 runs to win in 84 balls. Dipendra Singh Airi is on strike. He would like to finish it off with a big blow. Dipendra Singh Airi, he can do that. He's much capable of doing so.
Yeah, a new bowler in. Ramley coming in. And there he goes. Piercing the gap between the coveries and Dipendra Singh Airi. Nepal win by 6 wickets.
Yes, Nepal showing their authority in winning. They've won 11 ODIs in 12. Now they've won the first match in the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, the road to Asia Cup. What a good batting performance by Nepal. Started off with the bowling performance as well. Handshakes all around. Nepal winning the game by 6 wickets. Dipendra Singh Airi hitting the winning score. 3 runs were required. Played a very good cover drive into the gap at extra cover for 4 runs. Look at this. Beautiful shot. Piercing that gap between mid-off and short extra. Down to the boundary line for 4. Very happy in Nepal camp there. Sompal Kami on his shorts. Bowled very well in the death overs. Even Sandeep Lamechani bowled well. Took 3 wickets apiece and 2 wickets to Lalit Narayan Rajbangshi. very economical today, as always is.
Yeah, the happy camp looking even more happier now. Yeah, clinical performance, you can say. With the bat, ball and in the field, Nepal looked impressive in all three departments. Yeah, handshakes around.
Yeah, the motto of the Monty Ball, happy dressing room, that is what Nepal has created today, as what they have done in the past for the last 2 months. Let's look at the wickets now of Nepal. Only 4 gone down, chasing a mere total of 236 in a very good batting track. Well, we'll look at the batting highlights first, and then the wickets. Look at that, Asif Sheikh. The ball stopped on him. He was out on the first over rather.
Yeah, the second wicket was Kushal Bhurtel. Then Rohit just chipping it to the point fielder. Third wicket down. And the last wicket to fall was Bhim Sarki after a very well played innings. Just tried to finish it early. Was very good, unselfish attitude shown by him to playing for the team. That's what required. That's the drone shot of beautiful stadium. And that's the bowling card of Malaysia. 8 bowlers used. Irfan 5 overs, 38 runs given, 1 wicket. Rizwan 6 overs, 39 for 1. Fitri Sham just the 1 over for 12. Unni, who looked the most impressive among the lot, 10 overs, 40 runs and 1 wicket. Virandeep picked that wicket of Rohit Paudel, 7 overs, 37 for 1. And other had a normal day in the office. So Nepal chasing it down in 36.2 overs. So now we would be looking for the batting highlights. Nicely pulled there by Kushal Bhurtel. One of his favorite shots. That one inside edging it, close to cut, but
yeah, Kushal Bhurtel has got off to a very good start, hitting those boundaries and sixes. That was a very juicy full toss for him. The first ball that the bowler bowled, he hit sixes. That's Rohit Paudel, a very good cut shot behind square, and a beautiful cover drive as well in front of square. There's a misfield. Rizwan there, the culprit. Another good attempt by the fielder to take that catch. The captain of Malaysia, Ahmad Faiz. Bhim Sarki played a very good knock of 70 odd runs, and Kushal Malla stayed 70 not out. And the winning runs scored by Dipender Singh Airi. That was a paddle sweep by Bhim Sarki. Kushal Malla, he smashed the ballers all around the ground, and this was the winning run hit by Dipender Singh Airi. And look at the sixes here, nicely picked away off his bats by Kushal Bhurtel. Another one for Bhurtel, down to long on. And then there's the Kushal Malla show. Little dynamite of the Nepal national team. He makes it look so easy. This one almost cleaned up the security personnel's truck. That one was a very good fielding effort by Virandeep Singh in the boundary line. Kushal Malla hitting those sixes at ease. Yet another one for him over the long on fielder. this one off the back foot. Let's look at the batting card now for Nepal. Burtel 38 of 31. Ashif unlucky, out for 1. Bhim Sargi played a very good innings, 71 of 98. Paudel, the captain, 42 of 43. And let's look at the match summary now. Malaysia scoring 235 for 9 in 50 overs. Faiz, the captain, 76. Virandeep, 46. Hayat, 22. Sompal Kami, 3 for 40. Lamachani, 3 for 48. And Raj Bangshi, 2 for 34 in 10. Chasing the target of 237. Kushal Malla, 70, not out of 40. Bhim Sargi, 71 of 98. And Paudel, 42 of 43. Virandeep, Irfan and Rizwan taking a wicket apiece. Nepal winning the game by 6 wickets. We'll take a short break. Andrew Leonard will be back with you with the post-match presentation. Stay tuned.
Yes, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for game number 1 of this 1xBat ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. An entertaining game between Malaysia and Nepal. Malaysia, they really battled hard and they looked for much of the first innings like they were going to post a lot more than the 235 that they did, but they ended up falling to a 6-wicket defeat and gave the hosts Nepal a dream start to the tournament. We'll hear from both captains and we'll find out who the player of the match is. We'll speak first to the losing captain. That's Ahmed Faiz of Malaysia. Ahmed, come in here next to me, mate. Hard luck for the first maybe 30 overs of that first innings. You were right in the game.
Yeah, I think we did pretty well in the early 30 overs, but unfortunately we cannot carry on. And I think the middle over is a little bit too many drop balls in between. So I think even they field really well and they try to contain us as less as that's possible. And I think 236, 235 to hold is not enough for this pitch.
When you were there with Virendeep Singh, you yourself were batting so impressively, maybe the best I've seen you play. You look so comfortable. 138 for one, what were you thinking? Were you targeting 270, 280?
Yeah, we always looking for 280 for this wicket. I think anyhow at the end we couldn't finish it with 10 runs per over. I think that's the lack that we having just now. I think still we tried our best, and I think give credit to Nepal's bowlers and the fielding. They field really well. I think because of that we just lose our side.
Finally, plenty of cricket left for you in this competition. You'll probably have to pick up 2 or 3 wins from your last 3 games. Confident of doing that?
Yeah, of course. Looking at current performance, I think there are a lot more we can do better. I think we did well, but it's not enough in this wicket. I think Manupal maybe a new wicket for us and good for bowlers.
Look forward to seeing you in action in the rest of the competition. Hard luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's Ahmed Faiz. Disappointed, understandably, but a performance full of potential for his side, and we'll see plenty more from him in the competition. We'll speak now to the winning captain. That's Rohit Paudel of Nepal. Up you come, Rohit. Rohit, every time you come up and join me, it seems to be a winning interview these days. Why is everything going so right for you and your team?
I think we have been following the process very right, especially in the beginning. The way bowlers bowled came back stronger. In the power play, I thought first power play didn't went our way, but after that, middle overs and death overs, bowlers bowled really well. They came back into the game, and then come back to batting. I think everyone showed up to the game, and especially Bheem, Kusal, everyone played up to the mark.
The 2 things that probably were really in question, despite the brilliance of that Cricket World Cup League 2 conclusion, was the death bowling and maybe that spot for Kushal Malla in the batting order. Death bowling much better today. I thought Sampal Kami was brilliant, and also Dipender Singh Airi, and then Kushal Malla back at number 5. You can't keep a good man down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have been practicing last 15 days. We have been practicing for death overs, and today Somdai executed it very well, especially. And from the other end, Dipidai and Sandidai also executed. So we're happy for them, and I think Kusal batted really well. And I don't know which order he will fit, but according to the team's plan, he's flexible.
Okay, at number 5 though, he looks a lethal power pack punch. What else were you happy with today? Just great to get the tournament off with a win.
I'm very happy with the team's performance, especially we've won by six wickets. That's clinical, so we're happy for the team.
Okay, finally, looking ahead, are you going to tell me you're just going to take it one game at a time? But ultimately the goal is to win this competition, surely?
Yeah, sure. The goal is to win the tournament, but at the same time, we have to be focused about every game. Every game we have to be up to our potential, and so we're looking forward to the tournament.
Rohit, keep smiling as always. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's Rohit Paudel, the captain of Nepal, a very happy man indeed. Okay, time for the Player of the Match award. I'd like to call upon our presenter for that Player of the Match. He's the president of the Cricket Association of Nepal. Please, a nice warm round of applause for Mr. Chatur Bahadur Chand, who's going to come up and join me. Chatur. Round of applause, please, guys, for Chatur. Give him a clap there, guys. We will. Okay. 3 contenders for the Player of the Match. In 3rd place today, Sandeep Lamachani, 3 for 48. For him, in 2nd place, Ahmed Faiz, the captain of Malaysia, who batted really well for his 75. But the Player of the Match, you could only go to one person. He only faced 40 deliveries. At one point, he was 4 off 10 balls, but he had 5 4s and 5 6s to finish it in some style. He's a superstar, this young man. It goes to Kushal Malla. So Kushal Malla will receive his award from Mr. Chatur Bahadur Chand, the president of CAN. Pose for a few photos with big smiles, please, gents. Thank you, Chatur. Kushal, come in here next to me. Are you happy you're back at number 5? You looked really comfortable out there today.
I'm good at any number. I can bat in any number. Not a big problem for me.
You took a little bit of time to start today. Is that something you've been working on with Monty Desai, just taking 5 or 10 balls to gauge the pace of the wicket?
Yeah, he told me that he showed me that 30 ball result to me, and I was. Thank you.
You were happy out there. 70 off 40. What's the favourite part of your game at the moment? You really enjoy hitting sixes and clearing the rope?
Just I was waiting for loose balls, and if I get it, then I put it for the boundaries.
Very well batted today. You're the player of the match. A superstar performance.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's Kushal Mala. He's a little gem, that man, isn't he? 70 not out from just 40 deliveries. That's going to wrap up our coverage for today. Tomorrow, we're straight back into action. We've got 2 games every day throughout these group stages. Here at the TU International Cricket Ground, we'll have UAE taking on Bahrain in what should be a really good contest. And then over at the Mopani Ground, it'll be Oman versus Qatar. Thanks so much for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow.